Hello. Good morning. This morning's taken me rather by surprise. You know those mornings when you're sort of, up really early, and I was up at 4:15 this morning, and I was absolutely on it, and then suddenly it's all come at once. Anyway, good morning. It's wonderful to have you with me this morning here on Sewing Street. Wonderful to have your company, and thank you for spending the last morning of 2022 with me here on Sewing Street. I can't believe it. It's New Year's Eve. It's New Year's Eve. How's this year been for you? I hope it's been a good year. I hope it's been a good year for you, and I hope you're looking forward to going into a new year. And well, let me know, tell me, what's been the highlight of your year? What's been the best thing that you've made this year, or learned this year, or just experienced? Is there something that you did brand new this year? Get in touch with us here at Sewing Street and let us know. I'd really like to find out how your year has been. And I know it's been really challenging for lots of people, but and I hear that. But what's been the best thing about this year? Anyway, listen, let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Let's just get live on. Right, here we go. And press play. Okay, we're connected. Our early bird this morning, this is super useful. This is super useful. Now then, I would call this a bit bag. It's called a spill bag. I definitely wouldn't want to spill something in it. Certainly not my lovely cup of Yorkshire tea. But this is fab, and thanks to Becky for displaying it so beautifully as well. So this was going to hang off the edge of your table. You've got your weighted pin cushion up here, which very much feels like it's filled with that sort of sharp sand that will sharpen your pins as you put them in. So that's grand. And then you've got your bit for all your waste bits of thread, little waste bits of cloth or whatever as you're sewing to go in there. And this will sit, it's just going to disappear for a second. Look, it would sit on your table next to your sewing machine, and you kind of put your bits in there. Much, much better than throwing your bits of thread on the floor and having to clean them up at the end. Ask me how I know. Now, normal price is 40. I never get that right. It's 40. It's so slick when John does it, isn't it? He knows which side of the screen to point. There we go. Look, I'm going to do it now. It's $14.99, but not today. Oh my goodness me. Just boom! $4.99. Wow. Now that is an early bird price. Get in there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do you know what, Jill? You've made my morning, darling. You've made my morning. Jill's messaged on Facebook to say finding Sewing Street has been the best thing that's happened this year. It's kept me sane. Oh, Jill, that's really lovely. That's made me a bit emotional. It's lovely, isn't it, when you get connected with people? It's kept a lot of us sane, actually. Having something to do and focus on, and good on you. Good on you. Pam's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. What a beautiful quilt behind you, isn't it? Isn't it? That's coming up. Bit of William Morris. I'll let you know about that in a second. Marie's got in touch. Good morning, lovely boy. Happy New Year to you and all the team. Marie, Happy New Year to you as well, my darling. Let's spend it together. Mo's got in touch. Morning, handsome. I love these Notion spill bags. I've made 2 sets. Mo, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, definitely it's something I've made. But at $4.99, oh my goodness me, I would grab that in and put it in my basket, because that is super useful. So many of you are too. This is absolutely flying. It should be $14.99. It is $4.99 today. You're saving £10. That is stonking. Anne's got in touch to say, morning! Morning! The whole gallery is shouting morning. You can probably hear them. I can hear them. Pat's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Pat, I still haven't got to see the illuminations. I will do it. I will do it. Charlie's up for it. Charlie's up for it. He wants to go. He wants to go. So look, it's really lovely to connect with you this morning. Keep getting in touch. Tell me, what's the best thing that's happened for you in 2022? And you know, what have you learned? What have you made that's really made you happy? Have you learned a new skill that's kind of, have you discovered something, made a friend, you know, made a connection? Let us know, because for me, I want to celebrate what's been really wonderful about this year. And for me, Charlie, our director, bless him, has just said, what's been wonderful for you this year? Do you know, for me, it has been really, really feeling connected here at Sewing Street with the teams that I work with you at home, on Facebook, and through all the lovely messages and emails that I receive as well. It's been truly wonderful, and oh, I just love it. And my lovely colleagues here as well. You know, we do fun things together, and it's always fun times here. So yeah, it's been great. And I've made a lot of quilts this year, which has been fab. I've made a few. Yeah, it's been good. Few bags, done a bit of writing, you know, stuff like that. It's been all right. Farmed a few goats, you know, cuddled some lambs. Yeah, had ducklings. It's all been good. It's all been good. Now, over half of the stock of this fabulous bargain buy this morning, our early bird, the spill bag, have gone. Over half the stock. We'd had deep stocks of these, but they are absolutely flying out. What brilliant. Is your New Year's resolution to be a little tidier in your sewing room? Emma Bradford, who's on with me this morning, and I were chatting earlier, and I said to her, any New Year's resolution? She said, I'm going to try and be a bit tidier in my sewing room. It's a small step. It's a small step, but it's a step, isn't it? Tracy from Suffolk's got in touch. Morning, Tracy. Happy New Year, Stuart and team. As I learnt to crochet this year, hope 2023 is a good one for you all. Tracy, I'm super impressed with that. You know how I feel about crochet. Love it, admire it. Feel very intimidated by it, but I'm trying my best. Well done, you, and Happy New Year. All right, I'm going to leave the early bird with you. Keep going through for that. It is a mega bargain. You're saving £10. It's under a £5. Let's have a look at our menu and see what's coming up today. Now then, 8 a.m. This is a bright and breezy start to the day. It's Fassett Quilts and Fabrics. We've got some glorious colour from the man himself. At 9 o'clock, my good mate Emma Bradford is here with me with the William Morris Denim Dynasty Quilt Kit, and that is the quilt that is hanging behind me. It is glorious. If you love Cornish pottery, if you love willow pattern, if you just love your blue and cream quilts, if you love William Morris, classic looking quilt, you're going to love this kit. It's at 9 o'clock with Emma Bradford. She's going to show us how easy, how much fun it is to make. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got 2022 highlights. I feel like one of those guys who gets the late night show. Jules Holland, where's my pianist? I need Ruby Turner here. It's 2022 highlights, some of our favourite and some of your favourite products and kits. And then at 11 o'clock, Emma Bradford is back with the Modern Blooms quilt. This is gorgeous, lovely, striking modern quilt. You're going to like that. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got more 2022 highlights. Can't wait for that. It's been a great year. And do please get in touch with us. Now, you know how to get in touch. Hop onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then the quickest way to get in touch is just to type us a message there. Yes. Isn't that spelled Y-A-A-A-A-A-S-S-S-S-S-S? Yes, that's more like it. Thank you. Thank you. And then if you go down, you'll see the early bird there. Few hanging on, be quick with that one, it's going to fly, it's going to go. Then we've got all this gorgeous Fassett fabric. I'll show you that in a second. We've got our Fassett hour, we've got all the things that are coming up. We've got Emma Bradford, we've got the William Morris quilt. Where's that? Where's that denim? Oh, Denim Dynasty. We have got a lot of Kaffe. We've got a lot of Kaffe. There we go. There's the Denim Dynasty quilt kit. It's a big quilt. It is glorious. Great quilt to start the new year with. We've got some gorgeous notions, some fabulous things to add into your stash. Some real good things. We've got some Bosal there. You know I love Bosal in our form. Some favourite products. Now I just want to mention while we're here, this Elna air threading overlocker deal. We've got one of those left. It's the last day that we're doing the deal as well. But literally we've got one. The same situation with the Elna Excellent 680 Plus. We've got one of those bundles left. We're not getting more in. I don't say we're not getting the 680 Plus, but that's the end of that bundle and today, and we've literally got one left. So have a look at that if you're in the market for a fabulous sewing machine or a fabulous air threading overlocker. So have a look on the website if you want to jump ahead and get anything before it sells out. Let's get into Kaffe Fassett. I'm going to grab the iPad and take it with me. And as I travel, let me just say a bright good morning to Hilary. Morning, my darling, who says, morning, Stuart. Happy New Year to all at Sewing Street. Happy New Year to you and Michael, my darling, and all your crocheted lovely animals. I've been watching your posts the last few days. Absolutely splendid. Pam says, I discovered I love piecing patchwork, but I really need more practice at wrestling. I'm sorry, quilting. I see what you did there, Pam. It's practice. It's practice. That's all. That's all. Wrestling practice, good. Quilting practice, very good. Very good. Do it. Do it. You know, sometimes it's about the best thing you can do is to not focus on the things that you really enjoy. Sort of look at the things that you find difficult and practice those until you do love them. Yeah. All right, smashing. Let's get started. Now I'm going to move these things over here for a second because I'm going to start with an amazing bundle of Kaffe Fassett fabrics. It's our mega bundle. And oh my goodness, we love Kaffe Fassett here. And I know that lots of you love Kaffe Fassett too. I want to show you this amazing bundle. Now I'm just going to kind of, oh, lovely. Look at these. I'm going to kind of group them a little bit as I show you them. Love that, because are they flowers? Are they the ends of cotton reels? Absolutely beautiful. I love those blues and purples. This stripe is my absolute top pick. We have these stripes by the ½ meter, but if you want to get those in the mega bundle, you absolutely can. How delicious is all of this colour and pattern? Isn't it wonderful? Little beach balls there, I think. Look, bit more of that gorgeous stripe. You're getting 19 ½ meters, 8.5 meters of fabric in total. You're getting a meter of that fabric for free. Oh, this stripe, it's all about this stripe for me. You're getting 19 ½ meters of fabric. Isn't that glorious? You've got those beautiful greens, emeralds, jades, purples and blues. You've got those beautiful hot pinks, oranges, some purples in there as well. And then you've got that lovely kind of these turquoise tones, some yellows. And I really love it when Kaffe does kind of autumny colours. He does some really beautiful ones. You know, this is a stunning fabric. Look at that. I know. Isn't it amazing? I could have meters of that. Lovely. Lovely. And that stripe, like I say, we'll have a look at these in more detail in a second. But this bundle, absolutely beautiful. Let me just show you this fabric here, because this is another one of my absolute favourites. Look at that. Fussy cut that, border cut that, motifs. But actually, wherever you cut, you'll have some beautiful fabric Just stunning. And I love the colours. So glowy. What about a patchwork coat or a patchwork jacket? I'm designing a patchwork coat at the moment, actually. It's my first project of the new year. I've got to open up this stripe and show you. Look, look. I just think that's amazing. And you imagine cutting out a square that has all the diagonals, and then you can twist and turn to create a zigzag border, or coming down a quilt, or putting 4 together to create this kind of, oh, you could do so much. You could do so much with these stripes. They're absolutely wonderful. And there's 3 different colorways just in this bundle. You've got those purples and blues. You've got the, I tell a lie actually, you've got 4 different colorways of this stripe. Look, there's your autumn shade. Delicious, delicious. That, I was just about to say, that is very Ben, our producer. I could imagine him wearing a lovely fitted shirt. You know, those kind of shirts that really fit your body very closely, and they have sort of darts running down the front and the back, so they're really close fitting. He's got the right physique for it as well. This, look at this. And I love this. Can I just show you this on the selvage? Look at the birthday candles. Do you see? 85 and fabulous. Gosh, I was going to say, I think when I'm 85, I'll just be sort of miserable and silent in a chair. That's the look I'm going for. No, I hope I'm 85 and fabulous, you know. I hope I will be. He definitely is, isn't he? And then, look, you've got that lovely, wow. It's a maniac, maniac on the floor. You know, that reminds me of kind of leotards from 1980. Do you know what I mean? Are you there? Kind of little hand weights, leg warmers, a headband. That was just me. That was just me. A few messages. Morning, Stuart, says Lynn. Morning, my darling. And all the Sewing Street team, have a happy new year. I managed to put a zip in a bag for the first time this year. Get in there. Where's the cheer? Where's the cheer? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. James, who's in the Isle of Anglesey. Morning, James. Morning, beautiful man. Good morning to you. Happy New Year to you and to Charlie. You could use the spill bags for your knitting bits too. Love, Sandy. Ah, you threw me. Sandy, James. Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. In March, says Debbie, I tried knitting socks for the first time. You kidding me? I completed 45 pairs in 9 months. My name is Debbie and I am a sock addict. Best thing ever. Debbie, you're adorable. I love that. I love that. My name is Debbie and I am a sock addict. That is some going. That is some going. You're a sock knitting machine, Debbie. That's what you are. Awesome stuff. Talking of awesome stuff, this mega bundle is absolutely fab. This is that kind of ultimate stash builder. You've got everything in here, haven't you, to go with previous collections, anything that you might buy in the future, loads of different stuff. This would mix really well with things like your solids, your scraps. Don't ever feel that if you're using Fassett fabrics in a quilt that you can only use other Fassett fabrics in your quilt. They mix really well with brights, solids, batiks, modern prints, even, and don't write off things like traditional prints, because you know what, sometimes I look at vintage quilts. You know, quilts that are 150 plus years old. You look at some of the fabrics in there and they are out there. I remember going to an exhibition and all of the quilts were pre-1850 and there was these like really brightly coloured leopard print fabrics in about 4 or 5 of these quilts. It was obviously very fashionable at the time. So, you know, but they were mixed with what we might consider much more traditional fabrics. So mix it up, you know, but get these stash builders so that you've got a good basic range of lots of different colours in your case. This, I think, has to be the happiest fabric in the world. I'm going to hold this up actually so you can see it. How completely glorious is that? I've never seen that fabric before actually, and that is absolutely stunning. That is Kaffe, you done good. Hasn't he though? That is something else. Like that a lot, actually. Yeah, I want some of that. I see it, I want it, I buy it. I like it, I want it, I'm gonna buy it. Fab. Oh, so many lovely, this is a good one too. This is lovely. Love the colours of that. Isn't that yummy? Now that gives me Gustav Klimt vibes. Do you know what I mean? Hello, Gustav. I've been waiting for you. It was everywhere when I was a student, when I was at university. Everyone had a Gustav Klimt, The Kiss poster on their wall. Yeah, pretty much. Everybody. Yeah, a lot of people did. Either that or the Athena one of the man holding the baby. It was the very early 90s. But yeah, love that. Delicious. Delicious. I'm rather taken with this one too, actually. Bit of sort of monochrome, but then with just that little pop of colour in that sort of vibrant neon green and yellow, that little bit of teal blue as well. I think that's rather lovely. So a really fabulous mix, 19 half metres, a total of 8.5 metres of fabric, and one of those metres is completely free. Are you going to treat yourself? Treat yourself. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to leave that bundle with you because I want to go through some of the other fabrics because we've got lots and lots of fabric by the half metre, which I want to show you. Right, shall we do that next? Okay, let me just grab those stripes first of all, because if there was a fabric that I was to recommend that would really earn its place in your stash, and I would go for at least 1 metre of these, and in fact personally I would go, I think all 4 of them are wonderful. I'd probably want about 2.5 metres of each one. Oh, where shall I? Yeah, they look amazing together, don't they? You could make such a gorgeous quilt just using these and solids. Just pick out the solids. So we'll start off with the purples. This is ending 14. So I just want to show you the sort of repeat across the fabric. So I'm going to hold it up a second so you get a sense. So actually, stripes are often forgotten about. They're the ultimate fussy cutting fabric. We often think of it as being that sort of patterned fabric where there's a flower motif or something, but actually being able to cut a stripe, you know, in squares or diamonds or rectangles and then sew them together and create secondary patterns, you can't go wrong. Sashings, bindings, borders, these kind of stripes. And actually what's really exciting about this stripe is that diagonal, which adds so many more possibilities, because a regular stripe that's running this way, yes, you could cut it on the bias, so you ended up with the diagonal stripe, which brings in so many possibilities, but then you have to deal with the bias. Whereas with this, because of the prints on the diagonal, you can cut a regular square and then have so much fun with it. There's only 14 units, 7 meters, sorry, 13 units now. You're going to need to be quick on that. That one's going to sell out. Now, the next one I'm going to get is ending 8-3. 8-3. So this is really gorgeous and vibrant. Purples, pinks, but then those lovely burnt oranges in there as well. Isn't that glorious? Very Kaffe, that. Very Kaffe. Pauline's got in touch to say, that stunning fabric, I think Pauline's talking about that gorgeous floral, yeah, is virtually the same as a needlepoint he designed and I completed some years ago. Yes, it has got that look. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'd like to see the needlepoint. Beautiful. Beautiful design. So this again, vibrant pinks, purples, really lovely. Really lovely. Like I say, if that really speaks to you, I would grab yourself a couple of meters of that. So you've got enough for things like borders, fussy cutting, and so on. Right, next one. Let's go with the pinks. This is 85. So this really is those kind of candy colours. This would make an amazing shirt, wouldn't it? Beautiful. And especially with darts, and again using that diagonal stripe, really stunning. Borders, blocks, bindings, sashings. If I just fold this down for a second so you can see how, you know, if you use that as a sashing, it is stunning, or a border. If you used it as a binding, do you see? It's like the effect of cutting a striped fabric on the bias, but you haven't had to cut it on the bias. So it's much easier. What about using that as the binding and the contrast on a quilted jacket? It's just sold out. It's just sold out. Well done if you got yours. I knew you'd like this stripe. It's so exciting, isn't it? Ending 6-2. This is my favourite because this is very me colours. And I just think it's rich, it's sophisticated. It's what I was looking for in a husband, basically. Rich, sophisticated. I got it in spades with Charlie. He's wonderful. He's wonderful. He is wonderful. I'm very excited to be going into 2023 with him by my side. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Really easy to use these fabrics as well because you just pull some colours from the stripe and jobs are good, and really. It's about to sell out as well. Now then, let's grab those fabrics that look like needlepoint because I think these again are just so stunning. And then I've got a little bit of a wild card to throw in there as well. Wild thing. I think I've got, yes, so there's 2 colourways. Let's go with the dark first. This is ending 5-3. So this, I don't know if this is my favourite one out of the 2 or not at the moment. I'm undecided because I love the deep darkness of this, the rich, sort of almost plummy brown background. I love the turquoise in there. I think it just brings the whole thing to life. Again, if you buy yourself a couple of meters of this, just think about this. You're going to end up with a number of repeats, probably 6 or 8 repeats of this motif. Well, every one of the motifs. Now imagine then cutting this out in a diamond and stitching those together and creating star blocks. Or even, you know, tall triangles, kind of pyramid, equilateral triangles out of this and putting those together into hexagons and the effects that you could have. And just fussy cutting. It would be amazing for stack and whack as well. But then you're talking about needing maybe 5 meters. But I mean, hey, I love stack and whack. This is a perfect fabric for stack and whack. Nah, it's amazing. Amazing. Kaffe's got an eye for colour, isn't he? You know? He really has. No, this one. It's this one. It's this one. Wowza. Wowza. I'm just going to open this up again because look. Oh, it's just glorious. It's glorious. Now, if I was to pick a fabric to complement and contrast with that, I would be inclined to either go, okay, or something like this. Okay, I would actually pull out the greens and the turquoises for something like a fine sashing, something like that to go with it. I would bring that pop of like the coolness, because there's so much rich warm colour in here. I would just pull out a little bit of the coolness with that. But I mean, great fun to play with. Great fun to play with. Again, these ones are going to sell out, so you do need to be quick on those. Can I just quickly show two more fabrics? Yeah. This one here ending 3-2. I think this is wild. I'm just going to hold it up for a second. Oh. That's really appealing to the bag maker in me. Actually, it's just appealing to the sewer in me, because there's so much in that you could pull out, different bits that you could cut, that you would get so many exciting effects. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you cut it, how you cut it. You could cut it in vertical, horizontal strips, large squares for alternate blocks. You could cut it on the bias and get amazing, colourful effects for bindings. It's just amazing fabric. Really gorgeous. Few messages, thank you. Being a finalist, this is from Yvette in Greater Manchester. Being a finalist on Search for a Sewing Star was a major highlight for me. Thank you for the opportunity. I loved it, Yvette. Oh, Yvette, thank you, darling. We loved it too. We loved it too. Thank you. And I'm glad that was a highlight. That's a special memory as well. Tracy, who's in the Isle of Wight, said the best part of this year was meeting you, Stuart. Oh, bless you, at Festival of Quilts, and discovering hacks to your bag and discussing hacks to your bags. Oh, thank you. That's really kind. That's really kind. I loved Festival and seeing everybody on my stand and at the award ceremony, and of course at the cafe, the lounge. It was glorious. Shall we do it all again next year? Shall we? Shall we? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And then this one ending 8-2. There is a grey background one ending 8-9 as well. But anyway, I'll just show you that. Because again, it's just, oh, amazing. Voluptuous, extravagant. Just wonderful. Just wonderful. Right, I've lots of other fabrics. We'll get back to them and I'll show you them if I can. But I want to show you some kits. Let's do the one behind me, yeah, the creative chart. So this is a really beautiful quilt. It's a stunning rainbow. And let me just... all in the way. It's a gorgeous rainbow, isn't it? And I love how all those bright colours are contrasted against the black solid, which really make those colours pop. Nice, easy quilt to sew. You've got 2 blocks in here, I believe. I'm going to open the kit up. Let's have a look inside. If I can. Come on. Ah, there we go. There we go. Gotcha. Gotcha. Right. Yeah, so 2 different blocks that you're going to make. You have got, if I show you just down here, you've got like a bordered square in a square. Okay, nice and easy. That's real basic piecing. And then you've got a foundation pieced unit to make as well, which, look, easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and then you put them together to create the block. That's easy. Yeah, nothing hard there. Nothing hard there. Beginner level, definitely. Oodles of glorious fabric. Look at that. Now that just makes me very, very happy, because it's all that unctuous, juicy fabric. just all that lovely colour. And I love rainbows. I love all the different colours, and the fact that we can bring them all together in one quilt kit is fab. Love that grey spot. Beautiful. That's Kaffe also. And then you've got some light grey solid and some black solid to use. The light grey solid and the dot is used here consistently throughout. Do you see, just in this area here? I've got some good news for you. We're going to drop that price. Hey, Happy New Year. You're welcome. $179.99. That's a great price. Grab this bundle while you can. It's a really cool kit, and once it's sold out, we won't repeat any of these. So, you know, if you see a quilt you love, and especially if there's a little price drop for you, grab it. Absolutely lovely. And if you don't want to make the actual quilt that's in the kit, I mean, it's still the most amazing and cost-effective way of getting loads and loads of different Fassett fabrics. I'm not very good at tidying away, am I? Just gonna... Oh, let me just tell you actually a little tease for you. I'm doing a Tula pink quilt in a couple of weeks. Or is it next week? It's next Thursday, which is so big. You get 23 meters of Tula pink fabric, and it comes in not one but 2 boxes. You get that. It is massive. It is so, and the fabric, it is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Right, so that's that. I want to just show you this one as well, which is called Windmill Red. Now, this launched on Kaffe's birthday, and I absolutely love this quilt. I think it is stunning. Thank you, darling. Just drop that price. Go on, Ben, do it. Do it. Let's drop that price. This is such a beautiful quilt. And it's... Oh, look, 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 look. It's absolutely glorious. It's like a double pinwheel. Ever so easy to piece. I did a demo of this actually on Kaffe's birthday. So if you want to see how easy it was to piece the block, just search back. Kaffe's birthday was the 7th of December. Yeah, and I did a demo. Deputy Joan did some prep for me, and we did the blocks, and they were ever so easy to put together. It's one easy template, some simple triangles, but the colour is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Just glorious. If you want to feel cosy, warm, bright, if you want to banish the winter chills and the winter grey, this is about as far away from dingy, grey, depressing, isn't it? It's the absolute, it's the cure, I think, to dingy, grey days. Glorious, absolutely glorious. Windmill Red, Windmill Red, and there's room for 2 or 3 under this. I love it, I love it. The kits are great as well because you get everything in there to finish the quilt. Let me just tell you, size-wise, it's a big one. It's a big one. 201 centimetres square, which I think is about, I want to say it's about 72, 73 inches square. We're on it. 201 centimetres. 79, so nearly 80 inches square. Brilliant, beautiful. That's a big quilt. That's a good value for $159.99. There's a lot of fabric in there. A lot of fabric. That's actually, I'm gonna say this, that's my favourite Kaffe Fassett quilt kit that we've had on Sewing Street. My personal favourite. That colourway, that design. Yeah, I think that's really beautiful. Lovely, lovely. Kaffe Fassett design wall. This is ending 06. If you've seen pictures inside my studio, you'll know I've got Kaffe Fassett design wall up on the wall in my studio. It's brilliant. It's a good portable as well. You can take it to classes, you can have it, a lot of the time when I used it at home, I used to pin it to curtains, or you can use low-tack masking tape to put it on like a painted wall. Check first with low-tack masking tape to see it doesn't mark your wall, but you know, and basically it is this light grey flannel fabric, so it's a bit fluffy fabric. It has a 2-inch grid printed on it, and what that means then is that you can cut out your patches, your shapes, whatever you're going to do, and then almost like fuzzy felt, stick it to the design wall that's hanging up on the wall. That then allows you to step away and have a proper look at what you've done. So you literally, you know, you just kind of stick your fabrics down and you can arrange them. Yeah, just remember fuzzy felt when you were a child. I remember it well. And there's just something about then walking away from your work and then coming back to it that just helps you to decide if all of your fabrics are in the right position. Oh, we've got some lovely brights here. Look at these. Absolutely stunning. Mind you, I think with Kaffe Fassett fabrics, you could literally throw them on the ground, roll on them, and whatever sticks, just sew that together and it would look gorgeous. So you just stick those down like that, and then when that's on the wall, they just sort of stay put. And I do know actually that when Kaffe is designing his quilts, because he has his merry stitchers who sew his quilts together, what he does is he actually, the fabrics are all cut out, he arranges them all on design wall, exactly where they need to go, and then it's all rolled up and sent to the merry stitchers, and they then unroll it, all the fabrics are in the right place, and they sew them together. And that's the sort of process for how his quilts are put together. So you can do that too. So you can arrange them at home or in class, take them home and then sew them together. So it's a really, really worth getting actually. I've got this, as I say, in my studio and I find it ever so useful. Just being able to walk away is much better than crawling around on your hands and knees on the floor. All right, I'll pop that one there. Go on, no, next one. Yeah, let's do another kit. This is dual frame quilt kit. This is lovely. Now, we've only got one of these left. I'm just gonna whip the pattern out so it's not all shiny. I whip my hair back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth. I just think this is lovely. The price is coming down. You're going to save yourself. Is that a £30 saving? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We've got one of these kits left. One. That is it. One left. And I want it. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely. I love this kind of hot pink inner frame. And then this deep red sashing. And then all these... I mean, it really is like a sort of almost like you know those printers frames, the wooden printers frames that people put like jewels and, you know, rock collections into and display and that kind of thing. It almost reminds me of that. It's sort of like a box or boxes put together with something gorgeous in each box. I just think it's lovely. It's 78.5 inches square. I do love it when they put old money. And look, I'm just going to tease you. Look, all this fabric. Look, oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, there's so many gorgeous fabric. I don't want to get it out and mess it up because somebody will be getting this. The one that's had my mitts all over it. Love that. Really gorgeous. Fabulous. All right, I'll pop that to one side. Let's do some pre-cuts. Do you love a pre-cut? We do some strip rolls. Love these. I'm just going to grab them all for a second and just show you the sort of... I know, but they're lovely. Look. Look, look, look. Oh. Ooh. They're all so delicious, aren't they? Let's start with ending 6/4. This is warm design roll. Now then, I'm going to whip this out and show you. I grab this first because I do love my warm colours. Look at the stripe. So in here, you're getting 40 2.5 inch strips. And I think it's fair to say pretty much you get 2 of each strip. Okay. So just to, oh, that's a fun one, liking that, yummy. So it's great actually, because although Fassett prints typically are quite large scale prints, you can see here that as 2.5 inch strips, they still work absolutely brilliantly. Now you could make the most wonderful log cabin style quilt, and there are modern and classic versions, there are log cabin variations, but that sort of building up layers with strips, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You could also do something like my Rainbow Hearts quilt from my book Simple Shapes Stunning Quilts. We've got that on the 10 o'clock show. There's actually lots of patterns in that book that use 2.5 inch strips and squares and rectangles, so these would all be suitable. And really it's about picking your favourite sort of temperature and colours. So these are the warm, the hot, the spicy, those gorgeous sort of intense, rich colours, jewel bright, absolutely gorgeous. I can't resist. That is lovely. And I think actually, you know, 2.5 inch strips are possibly my favourite option with Kaffe in a pre-cut. Yeah, you know, but it's lovely because you can really see how they work together in 2.5 inch strips. Now the next one that I'm going to grab is ending 5/1, and I suspect this is Kaffe Fassett Cool. Yeah, there we go. So these, a lot of the same prints, but in those cool colours. So isn't this lovely, this paisley? So blues, purples, sharp greens, leafy, chartreuse, lime. And then you've got those lovely purples and blues. That stripe is fabulous, isn't it? Really cool. Love the florals. This one, is it called Oriental Shawl or Eastern Shawl or something like that? It's a beautiful print, really lovely. Lisa Lamb and I were both mooning all over that fabric. I know she's a fan. This is a glorious one too. Gloria, Gloria, do you know, I don't feel like I've sung for a long time. I think it's because I got that warning. I didn't, don't worry. Lovely. Delicious, delicious, gorgeous. These are the cool colours. They're still pretty hot though, aren't they? Oh, look at that. That is very, do. You can't touch this. I'm just thinking, you know, those baggy trousers. Ooh, you can't touch this. Love that song. Love that song. Hammer time. Oh, look, I'm ever so good at rolling a jelly roll back together. Can we just take a moment to appreciate just how wonderful our Becky is, because she puts all this away. Sorry, darling. I'm a nightmare, aren't I? There you go, love. Oh, Becky's adorable because she just laughs and says, no, you're fine. Inwardly, you know, I don't imagine she's feeling the same way, but you are, bless you. Oh, right, next up. Hello. This is ending 1/7. This is called Parakeet. Let me just pop the wrapper off. Come on, you. I'm going to pop. Little elastic band round there. Oh, now this, again, if you're feeling a bit glum and a bit sort of, I don't like this nasty grey weather, and you need something bright and glorious to cheer you up. This is sunshine in a roll, isn't it? Oh, just yummy, yeah. Really summery and bright. Wonderfully fresh. Kind of ice creamy, Easter eggy. Do you know what I mean? I was writing a magazine article yesterday about crafting for Easter, and I was talking about exactly these colours: pistachio and raspberry, lemon, apricot. It's all those lovely fresh zingy fruit colours, isn't it? It's a fruit salad. It's all those lovely fruit salad colours. Kiwi fruits. Kumquats. I'm just going to keep shouting out fruit names. Lovely, lovely. I do think that is beautiful. That's parakeet. That's parakeet. Oh, fruit salad, Kaffe, as I've renamed it for you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, dark and moody. My nickname in prison. Dark, here he comes, dark and moody. Oh, dark and moody. Oh, no, but this has got that gorgeous richness to it. Hello, lovely. I've been expecting you. This is called Equator. Equator mass. Lovely. Again, 40 2.5-inch strips. And these, yes, would work beautifully with the warm roll that I had earlier on, but these are deeper, darker, more intense warm colours, aren't they? Everything is enriched and more vibrant, deeper, more intense. That was a school report I got once. He's getting deeper, darker, more intense. Ooh, love that spot. You know, the Fassett basics are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Things like the Aboriginal dots. Yum, yum, yumma mia. I sent Charlie a text last night requesting dinner. I often send him a little message saying, can I please? And I asked for lasagna, salad and chips. Sorry, everybody. And then he said, yep, no problem. And I followed it up with, yumma mia. You can have that. I want that on a t-shirt. Yumma mia. Now that, look at that. Whoa. Love it. Love it. Do you know what I mean, though, about the 2.5-inch strips? It really does give you a sense of how brilliantly these fabrics go together. And, you know, this would make the most glorious patchwork coat. I'm all about the patchwork coat today, aren't I? But imagine those offset strips, long rectangles sewn together, probably vertically or even diagonally. That would give amazing shape to a jacket, wouldn't it? Quite long line, lined with something like bright purple silk. Yeah? Absolutely beautiful. You'd be a walking work of art in that, wouldn't you? Oh, I've just dropped it all on the floor. I'm a klutz. I'm going down. Oh, I'm going to need an ibuprofen after this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Gorgeous. Good luck. Do you still like putting them back into a roll? You're welcome. Fortunately, Becky's got two friends and a fork in the corner helping her to roll it up. Right, this last one is called Dark. Dark. Take those lights down low. Well, again, these are the cool colours, but darker, richer, more intense, aren't they? We've got some deep plums and purples. We've got some black prints in there as well, which I really like when Kaffe puts black in prints. Love these because they make they're getting very silly in the gallery. I think they've had too much coffee. Oh, look at that. That's lovely. That one's got teeth. Beautiful though, aren't they? Really stunning. So much vibrant colour there. Oh, green oranges. One of my favourite prints. I'm sure I've told you this before. I went into the supermarket once and found some blue lemons. Blue lemons. And I said to the assistant, oh, I think these have seen better days, haven't they? I said, do you want me to give you these to take off? And she said to me, no, she said, that's why they're in the reduced pile. I seriously don't think anyone's going to buy blue lemons. Even for 15 pence. Blue lemons. Ah, yeah. I mean, they were the most glorious colour, though. When a lemon goes mouldy, it is the most beautiful colour. It happens regularly in my house, I'm afraid. I'll be away for a few days and I'll come back to blue lemons. All right, absolutely gorgeous. Keep going through for that. There's loads more on the website. Look, we're going to go for a little break. I'm going to have a sponge down with a wet flannel. And when we come back, I'll have Emma Bradford here and we're going to do William Morris Denim Dynasty. It's the quilt you've been getting very excited about this morning. I will see you after this.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1p&p all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. We've been getting really excited this morning about this stunning quilt that's hanging behind me. It's a brand new quilt. It's William Morris Denim Dynasty. And we all just think this quilt is amazing. It's divine, isn't it? Love William Morris fabrics. But to see the blues in a quilt that really showcase the blues, gosh, I mean, it ticks a lot of boxes for me because I love blue quilts, and I know a lot of you are really keen on this. Now, I just need to let you know, what's that as a percentage of our stock? Okay, loads of these, wow, loads of these have just jumped straight into baskets. Well done. Well done. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Brand new quilt kit from Free Spirit. It's the William Morris Denim Dynasty Quilt Kit. Now, this quilt is beginner level. It's a beginner level quilt. It is 72 inches by 88.5 inches. So perfect size for a double or a queen size bed. Absolutely beautiful. It is easy piecing, it's star blocks, it's a diagonal set, but Emma's going to show us how. It's not difficult at all, it's really easy to put together. It looks complicated, doesn't it? And I think that's because of the diagonal setting. But if you kind of tilt and look, it's actually just straight rows with triangles at the end. Emma's going to show us how easy it is. Let's dig into the box and see what we get inside. So first of all, there's your quilt. delicious, isn't it? It's that mixture, actually, I think, of all those different denim, chambray, inky blues, and then you've got that wonderfully warm golden cream. Really warm.
I think it's one of those quilts that will appeal to a lot of different people.
Yeah.
Because you've got the blues, and it's flowery.
Your mic's not on, Emma.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh,
Do you want me to turn it on for you?
Oh,
Oh, it's on.
Oh, it is on.
Oh, we're not getting any signal.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, we think
Yeah.
it. Is it working now?
Is it?
Is it now?
Can you hear me now? How about now?
We're going to get you under the microphone, don't worry.
What side? Put it on.
Just shout for a while. Don't shout. I'll keep going through the kit, Emma, and then we'll talk again. So you've got just that richness of the really warm blues, because blues can be cold. Blues can be cold, and you know, and that can sometimes put people off. Blue, because that always isn't that cold. This is very warm blues, and mixed with that golden sort of Jersey cream. You know, that kind of Jersey cream that's so rich and delicious, or clotted cream? It's clotted cream. Emma's on board now. Oh, a scone with clotted cream and strawberry jam? Yeah. Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
have to do the cream first. I'm very
Cream, like the butter, like instead of butter,
Yes,
you put the
yes.
cream. I'm the same.
Dorset way, yeah.
I'm the, is
Or
it Dorset?
Is it Dorset or Devon? Devon way.
Oh, don't start, Emma.
I know.
Don't
I know.
start.
There'll be messages.
There'll be controversy. The emails have gone wild. No, they haven't. Don't worry. Do you know what? As long as it all goes in your mouth at the same time, who cares?
And it tastes good.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
My mum always used to say that about, you know, if like, I don't know, a piece of cake got broken into pieces or a biscuit got broken. She said, it's only what your teeth are going to do.
Yeah, it all
all
goes down the same way.
All goes down the same way. So Emma, you were saying it's going to appeal to lots of people.
Yes, lots of different people, because you've got the blues, so, and it's flowery, but it's not super flowery.
Right.
So I think this will appeal to a lot of different people, a lot of different genders, little different tastes.
Yeah.
And so if you are gifting, I think this is a good one, because I tend to sort of keep a pile of quilts or quilt tops for possibly gifting.
Oh,
because you never know,
nice.
there's always a reason.
Nice.
Baby quilts as well.
Yeah.
So if you, unless there's
3rd of
some,
February, Emma, I'm just saying.
oh, okay. At your birthday. I'm
Yeah.
a February baby. I'm a February baby. So it's happy,
It's
actually.
yours.
20th.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
But you're right. And also as well, William Morris, of course. We love
Classic.
William Morris designs. We love his fabrics, and they just feel eternal, don't they?
They do. They do.
Traditional, but modern. I don't even know if that's a thing, but to me,
It
this-
feels really fresh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There's nothing old-fashioned.
No.
Perhaps that's the difference between old-fashioned and classic.
Classic. I was
Yeah.
going to use that word. Yeah, it's a
Classic.
classic.
It's a beauty, isn't
Yeah.
it? Let me show
Yeah.
you some of the fabrics that you get in this kit. So you get some Strawberry Thief, one of my favourites. I think we'll real nickname Emma the Strawberry Jam Thief. Yeah. Yeah.
I actually came across one. Actually, Mum got it for me for Christmas last year. It's a strawberry, rhubarb and vanilla.
Oh,
delicious.
Conserve.
It's a jam. It's
Jam.
a jam. Yeah, but it's delicious.
Just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh.
That was one of my favourites actually, and I loved in the pattern, because you make the whole star out of the same fabric. It really highlights. You get a nice big chunk.
Yeah, here
Yeah.
and here. It is really stunning, isn't it? Is that a canthus? It's very medieval, isn't it? I know William Morris was inspired by medieval.
They have a name. Does it have a name on the edge?
Larger
Yeah,
canthus.
you're right.
Yeah. Oh, I love William Morris. We've got a beautiful William Morris wallpaper
Oh,
in our snuggly living room.
that'd be nice.
In like deep aubergine eggplant. Oh, it's so
gorgeous.
yummy. These are beautiful fabrics. You're loving this kit. Really loving this kit. So elegant, isn't it? It's easy elegance. This is one of those quilts that you're going to make and is going to be a dream to make. very easy to piece and put together, stunning results. This is a quilt. Can you imagine when you show this to people, the oohs and the ahs?
Yes.
It's an ooh and an ah quilt, isn't it?
It is, definitely.
This is William Morris too. This is William Morris too. Isn't that beautiful? Love that one.
I love that one.
It gives it that classic, it gives it that slightly modern twist as well. This is yummy.
Yes, that's one of my favourite William Morris ones. Yeah.
Oh.
Pimpernel. Is it Pimpernel?
Oh, eat it. Small Pimpernel. Wow, look at that.
One of the actually the first William Morris fabric I bought was that pattern, but in a sagey green with a dark poppy red for the flowers.
Yummy. Yummy. Oh, it works in every colourway, doesn't it, William Morris? But I particularly love blue. I mean, I virtually live in blue clothes, so I do.
I want to go out on a limb and say I think blue is probably one of the most appealing colours for most people.
It's the world's favourite colour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the world's favourite colour. You've started controversy, Emma Bradford.
Oh, I knew I would, see.
Get back to Devon, you. Nicola's got in touch to say, you only do a cream tea the Cornish way. I'm Cornish, though, through and through. Nicola, who's in Newquay.
Yeah.
Is that jam first and cream on top?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I knew. That's okay. I'm from Peterborough, so I'm not
But then
posh.
you see, it starts like that. But by the time I've thrown my head back against the back of the chaise and thrown it into the cavern that is my mouth, it's upside down. So
true.
I mean, really.
Yeah, either way.
You know, this is fresh. This is
lovely.
seasidey.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
It's beachy.
Yes. It's got a nice sandy colour. And yes.
See, I'm about to do a whole raft of coastal and sea-themed and coastal-themed quilts and projects using exactly these colours. So if you live at the coast, if you love that coastal style, it's got all of that as well.
It does.
Really good. Really good. I love all those decorating items.
Oh, yes.
That you can do for Cornish kind of seasidey.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Would you like a little money off? Would you like a little money off? Go on. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Ben's in. It's always the same, isn't it? Ben's a naughty boy, but we love him. £164.99. That'll do.
Wow.
That'll do. £15 saving. This is very classic.
It is.
This is that gorgeous buttery clotted cream, isn't it? This is our background fabric that creates the glow and the contrast. Lovely detail though. Looks like almost like copper engraved print. You know that copper engraving technique?
Yeah.
Really nice, lovely. And then you've got that same print in blue. You get big chunks of fabric.
You do, and I got a bit carried away and I made most of the quilt. So I can show you what I've got left over as well, because there are leftovers from everything that you do.
Because I always want to be able to make a coordinating cushion.
Yeah, cushion.
A little something, little something. So much lovely fabric, and of course you get your pattern included, and it's a really nice, easy, straightforward pattern. It's a classic quilt you're going to love. If you've got a guest room that you want to give a dazzling, fresh look to for New Year, if you've never made a quilt before and you're thinking, could I make this, Emma? What do you think?
Well, the box says intermediate. And I would say the only reason for that is because there are some bias edges that you have to sew.
Okay.
So I would say if you're a confident cutter, you'll be able to do this quilt.
Yeah.
Because that is where most of the tricky detail comes in, is the accurate cutting.
Yeah. So we say it all the time, don't we? Enjoy the process, take your time, don't rush it. Jill's got in touch, who's from Lincolnshire. I've only completed 2 quilts and I'm on my 3rd. Do you think I would be able to complete this quilt from Jill? Emma, you first.
No, I do. If you're confident with your cutting, like I said, and there are some measurements where it's, I think, 7/8. So you do have to know, what I want to say is, it is not cut on the inch or the ½ inch or the ¼ inch.
No.
There are some bits in between. So if you're confident reading your ruler and you're confident, got a steady hand and you're confident cutting,
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, go
But
for
I
it.
remember the very first quilt class I ever went to, you know, virtually the first thing I did after I'd sewn 4 squares together was half square triangles, which were all 2 7/8 or 3
Yes.
7/8, mark the diagonal, sew either side. So I mean,
So
it's just
it
a,
is part of quilting.
it's just a line on the ruler, isn't
It is.
it? Jill, you absolutely can do this. This is easy piecing. Take your time. I personally, I'm very keen on I've made this up, the committed beginner.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Because I would never want to say to somebody, you can't make this,
Oh,
you
no,
haven't
no,
made
no.
enough quilt, you can't make this.
No.
If you're committed and take your time and enjoy the process, any level of quilter. Yeah.
Yes,
There's some
absolutely.
quilts I definitely wouldn't say that about, but this one, definitely.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
And there are lots of tricks. So there is a trick which I'll show you to
Awesome.
your ruler.
Yeah.
If you are cutting the same shape over and over again, and you are a little bit, I'll say hesitant, but unsure about making sure that you are cutting at the right spot, what you can do is take a little bit of washi tape and actually mark it on your ruler where you need to measure it up to, measure your fabric
cool
up
idea.
to. So you don't have to think every single time.
Read the ruler every time.
Yes. Read it, do it once, make sure it's correct, put your little washi tape, and then you could just cut to the washi tape.
Such a great tip.
Yeah.
Emma, that's why we love having you.
I'm very big on not thinking while I'm doing it. So doing my thinking ahead of time.
Yeah.
And then just doing the process, because I
Don't
find
work
it
harder,
exhausting.
work smarter.
Exactly. Yes.
Genius. Yeah.
Yeah.
In a nutshell. In a nutshell. It's Emma Bradford, by the way, everybody. Hey.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi. Good.
to see you.
Good. It's good. It's the last day of the year. It doesn't.
know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I did mention you earlier on because we were talking,
Oh.
weren't you? And you did mention to me New Year resolution. Maybe have a little tidy up in your sewing room.
Yes.
On
it
a
is.
scale of 1 to forget it, how likely is that to happen?
It will happen. It has to happen.
okay.
Literally, it has to happen. But I've got 365 days
Yes.
to do
Yes.
it in, to get it accomplished in. So
Yes.
by the time, if we're standing here this time next year,
Fingers crossed, eh?
yeah, it should be done. It will be done. It will be done. There is no try.
You do realise we record these things, don't you, Emma? Yeah. We've got proof now.
It'll be hard. I know, everybody keeps asking me about my quilted coat,
Yeah.
which has
And
been
mine.
ongoing for a while. Yeah.
It's
will
all about the
happen.
quilted coat at the moment.
I know.
You are loving the Denim Dynasty Quilt. It's William Morris. It's hanging right behind me. It's 72 inches by 88.5 inches. 72 inches by 88.5 inches. It is a glorious size, 183 centimetres by 225 centimetres. You're making a fabulous saving today. All you're going to pay is $164.99, and grab that while you can. Just to quickly mention as well, we have got some backing bundles, we've got some wadding on the show, and a few other notions, but we'll come back to this. Let's see, Emma,
How we start?
where do we start?
Well, the good thing about this quilt that I loved, it's one block repeated.
Awesome.
So once you master the one block, you're good to go, because it's just the same but in different fabrics.
Okay.
And it's a sawtooth star, which, if I show you this one, which may or may not show up very well because it's a bit... This is what your block looks like. Yeah, there's more. There's lots more. I
I was going
literally...
to say, do you want to...
I got carried away.
Well, why not? It's so beautiful, isn't it?
It was just... And it literally... I mean, I have to admit, I did do sort of 4 days. It took me maybe a day and a half to get to that stage.
Really?
Yeah. And
So
that
it's
includes the cutting.
amazing.
Yeah.
So for more experienced quilters, this is quite a quick quilt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay.
So it's a sawtooth star. I'm going to do one of the ones from the very centre, using that colourway. And it was a little bit different way of what I would normally do, because you've got sort of flying geese units, which look like this, to make the arms, what I call the star.
Yep.
So this unit, well, not so traditionally, but very often is made with one rectangle and 2 squares, and what we call the flip and stitch method. This quilt is all done using triangles. So you cut all your triangles out.
Yep.
So all from squares, and then you cut them down,
Yep.
either cutting your squares in half or into 4s
Yep.
to make 4 triangles. So just going to cut this one in half. And it's literally just using your ruler, from corner to corner. What you can do to make it a little bit easier, if you're a little bit unsure, most all mats have a 90-degree angled line. What you can do is, if you put your square on your mat, you can actually use the line to also help guide you.
Okay.
Just to help you out.
Get nice and accurate.
Yep.
So what you're doing here is you're actually cutting all of the triangles. So although this is a little bit more cutting at the start, you don't then have to cut your blocks down.
No.
You don't have to slice through them or anything like that. You're literally cutting the pieces and sewing them together.
Yeah,
and you're
the
done.
only thing you have to cut off are maybe little dog ears.
Yeah.
And that's it. So, which I found was what made it very quick to make, actually, because using the other method that I mentioned, the rectangles and the squares, you first have to mark all of your squares with a line in the middle, so that takes time, and then sew them on, and then slice them, press them. So this is actually a lot quicker.
A lot quicker.
It is. So these will go onto here like this. Now you'll see, when I put this triangle up against this middle one, it doesn't quite, it overlaps, so it's not the same size.
Right.
That's how it should be.
Yep.
But when you line it up, you want to line up this corner. So I'm going to put this over here, sew it on, and then I'm matching up these corners at the edge. So this will overlap.
Yep.
This is all lined up.
Yep.
So it's all matching.
And we're sewing this line here.
Yes.
Perfect.
It's all set up.
And I think the thing as well to remember is that if you're worried about bias, the way this has been designed is that although this here looks like a square that's been cut in half on the diagonal like this, in actual fact it isn't. It's quarter squares, isn't it?
Yes.
So that this is on the straight of grain.
Yeah.
And same with these are cut on the diagonal, this is on the straight of grain.
Yeah.
So you don't have any, once it's all sewn together, no bias
It's very
edges.
stable, very stable. So you're actually sewing bias to bias.
Yeah.
Which is what you'd normally do.
Yeah.
And the only tip I would say for sewing bias to bias is literally just don't pull your pieces, be delicate when you're handling them.
We've kind of been trained to be afraid of bias, but I mean, it's nothing to worry about. You don't have to worry about it. You just don't play with your fabric. Steph's got in touch to say, morning, Steph. Morning, my darling. Morning, Stuart and Emma. What a stunning quilt. Love the fabric. Nice to see Stuart dressed to match the background. Gorgeous.
Oh, yes. I love your shirt. I didn't say it earlier, but I love it. I love anything botanical.
Thank you. Well, I love your dress too. I feel you've also dressed to match the quilt.
True.
Yeah.
True. There we go.
Funnily enough, you know, I always used to do flying geese, you know, either the no waste or the stitch and flip.
Yep.
And then when I started using AccuQuilt to die cut everything, of course you cut out the triangles. And I started, and at first I thought, oh, I don't know if I like this. Before I'd even done it.
Yes.
I was thinking, oh, I don't know if I like this. We do that, don't we?
Yeah,
we do that. We sort of write things off before we've even tried them. And then when I tried sewing them together, I thought, oh, well, that was easy.
Yeah, it's a lot
bit of an
quicker.
anticlimax.
It is. It's a lot quicker.
And you're finished. No trimming down. No marking.
No
that
marking.
Diagonal.
No.
Yeah. And of course, there's no waste with this method either. The stitch and flip method, you're cutting triangles off and probably throwing them away.
Yes.
It really is a stunning quilt.
Oops. So that's that one.
So you use your scissors for trimming the dog ears?
I do. Yeah.
Do you want me to press for you?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, let me.
If you can do that one.
Keep me out of mischief.
I will do the other.
Am I right just to move that over there for a sec?
Oh, yes.
I've really got into being the pressing assistant. Quite like it. Have a little mini iron, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we missed it over COVID because we couldn't get too close to each other.
No,
So
of course.
there we go. Oh.
Thank you. Right, let's get that plugged in and warmed up. And of course, these are wonderful 100% cotton fabrics as well, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they
Amazing
were divine
quality.
to work with.
Were they?
They were, yes.
And do you want seams towards the dark? Outwards?
Yes,
yeah.
please. Yes.
Wow, that is beautiful. Love that contrast as well. And of course, if you are at all nervous about working with fabrics that have been cut and that bias exposed, you can always spray starch them or
Oh yes.
best press them, can't you? Yeah. We've got that in our next hour, by the way. It's back in stock.
Oh, nice. I do like a bit of
Vanilla
best press.
lavender.
That's, oh, I like that one.
Yummy.
I like the lavender one.
Yeah. Not many left though.
Oh,
I know.
it is
I know.
nice.
I always spot these things, you know, when I'm on air, and then by the time I get off, they've gone.
They're gone.
So
You
I miss out. You don't have to at home. Jump on the website. Yeah. Good old pre-order. Gorgeous.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
There we go. Thanks.
Is that the last one?
That is the last one.
Doesn't take long at all, does it?
It doesn't. Well,
This
I've
is
already
a
done
quick
the other
method.
two. So these will go onto my centre square, one on either side. I do love a sawtooth star. My
Oh,
very
so
first
do
quilt
I.
was sawtooth stars.
Yeah. Was it?
Yeah.
And when was that? When did you make your first quilt?
1995?
Wow.
6?
1996.
I think so. Yes. I'm trying to think. Kaylee would have been 18 months. That's how I judge everything.
You'll love this. The guys in the gallery, our producer Ben says, I was 4, and our director said, I wasn't born. Working with children, Emma.
We are.
I'd left university by then, Emma.
Oh yeah, you were saying about your posters earlier. I remember those.
Exactly. Towards the centre square?
Yes, please. Because I have pressed these the opposite direction. So then you take 2 and you add a square to either side.
Gotcha.
And I have pressed these out.
Towards the squares?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I find if you don't fight your seams, they just sort of go where they want to go.
Yeah, yeah,
and
true
it's
enough.
Because they're, you know, the way they are, they're going to nest beautifully.
Love it. Nice, easy block to piece this.
So I actually sewed all of my flying geese units first, chain stitched everything, and then started putting my blocks together.
Yeah.
And it, like I said, it went together really quite quickly.
And is that your recommended pathway to take?
I recommend to do the way that works for you.
Yeah.
So there's no right or wrong way.
That's a good answer.
So what you can do is maybe cut out a little bit, cut out one section, so one set of stars, maybe work on those, or do, like I said, cut them all out and just do the flying geese. It's however works for you.
Yeah.
Well, I found usually when I'm doing a quilt for fun, is you know, remember those days?
I know.
I used to like to, even if it's the same block, maybe alternate colours
Yeah.
to keep it a little bit fresher,
Yes,
more
absolutely.
interesting. So there's only 4 of these ones, so these could be done quite quickly. But then maybe switch to another colour
Yeah.
of star and do all those.
Just keep it fresh.
Yes, just to keep it interesting.
Yeah, I get that completely.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I'm working on a sawtooth star quilt myself at the moment.
Oh, okay.
The backgrounds are all pieced.
Oh.
So the flying geese, this section here, this is
Oh,
pieced
nice.
out of smaller squares, and
Yeah.
then the corners are also pieced.
Oh, lovely.
And then the
Star.
centre of the star is another sawtooth star, smaller inside, so it's a
Oh.
double star with a pieced background.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
lovely.
Because I've got time to mess about like that.
Yeah. Well, I love
I don't know
those
why I
kind of
do it
quilts.
to myself, but I love it.
Well, I love a scrappy quilt,
Yeah.
I have to admit.
Yeah.
And doing things like that is just another way to like, oh, I could use up my scraps and you know, those little bits like that.
It's exactly it. And you know, any excuse to get a bit of extra fabric in.
Yes.
And of course at home, if you've got extra fabrics, if you've got other William Morris or other fabrics that you think would go in this quilt, mix a few in.
Yeah.
Just because you get a kit, it doesn't mean you have to slavishly follow it, does it?
No.
You know.
I'm very much a fan of making it your own. Definitely.
And cutting it as precisely and tightly as you can to maximise any leftovers.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
so
I'll
that you've
show
got
you
bits
those.
to make some other things.
Yes.
That is my personal way to go.
So I'm not going to pin it. You can pin it if you're a pinner.
Yep.
But I find the nesting seams work really well to keep everything in place.
For sure. You can pin if you want to. This lady's not for pinning.
Exactly. Although my husband jokes because I say I'm not a pinner, but then I pin things.
Yeah.
And he says, she says she's not a pinner, but she is.
Well, you're an independent person and you make your own mind up whenever you want to, don't you?
Yep.
I'm the same. I'm like, yes, most of the time I would do it this way, but today, just to be different. Oh, Steph's got in touch to say, Stuart, how much do you charge? Could I have you as my pressing assistant? I will provide tea, coffee and biscuits and chat for free. Done? Done? Yeah. I think you found the right price there. Well, actually, I think cake. Possible. Well, biscuits in the morning, cake in the afternoon.
Yes.
Are you with me?
Oh, yes.
Do you think certain things like a Jaffa cake or a scone or a toasted tea cake have a time of day when you can have them and when it would be weird? Like, I think it would be weird to have a scone at 10 o'clock in the morning, but at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not an issue.
Yes, yeah, I'm not fussed.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm not fussed.
Oh.
I think it's from, well, maybe from living in America. I don't know. I'm very much open to eating anything any time of day.
Okay.
I'm happy to have Chinese leftovers for breakfast.
Oh, me too. No, I'll do that. Spaghetti bolognese at 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cold pizza.
Now, do you want this pressed up or pressed down?
Up, whichever way it feels it wants to go.
Kind of wants to go both ways.
Yeah. And then you would just add the other one on the other side, and then that would be.
Do you ever clip into your seam allowance so you can twist it?
I don't.
No?
I don't. That's a good idea, though.
I do occasionally.
Yeah. What I did find is when I came to piecing the stars together.
Yeah.
Because I found I did end up pressing them consistently.
Yeah.
I think that seam I pressed out.
Lovely bit of piecing, Emma.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful.
I pressed out on both sides.
Yeah.
So then when you come to here, you can see these seams. Or maybe I pressed it in. I must have pressed it in.
Okay.
Because these seams were in and these seams were out, so you could rotate them to nest.
Do you want me to do it the other way?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's fine. And then this one would go onto here.
Yeah.
To finish up your sawtooth star.
Great.
And then to put it together, you don't, because normally you would start in the middle and sort of build out. This one's a bit different.
Oh.
You start in one corner.
Yeah.
And you work your way down.
So like from here.
Yeah.
But I can see that. This looks like a unit here.
Yeah.
This looks like...
That's a strip, yes.
There, from here, right across.
To here.
To here. So you're adding a triangle.
Yes.
Now this can be scary.
It can be, but...
Doesn't need to be, does it?
It does not need to be at all. So I've got them all cut already, but they are cut down from larger squares. So this would have been a square this size.
So those are quarter square triangles?
Yes. And to cut that, because obviously my ruler isn't big enough for that, and my cutting mat, you might have a cutting mat that is big enough, but it may still be tricky to cut it out like that.
Yeah.
So what I did was, I folded up my fabric as per, where's my, ooh.
What do you want, your fabrics?
Did I,
There are your
is there a piece
strips.
of yardage somewhere? Did it fall off the front? That's okay.
I'll
We'll
go and
find it.
check. I'll go and check. Is there any fabric on there? No, there's no fabric on the floor there.
Okay. We'll find it.
Okay.
So fold it up like you normally would. Selvages matching.
Mm-hmm.
And I like, this isn't pressed, the other one was pressed. Hold it up so that it hangs nice and flat, there's no twists in it. And then fold it over again so that you've got it into quarters, basically. And then you can cut your strips with the fabric.
Mm-hmm.
Now for that square, it's quite a large, long strip, so I think it was about 18 inches or so.
Mm-hmm.
So I would trim off all of my rough edges from the first line and then measure using my mat, which I don't normally do, but for the big pieces you kind of have to, to 18 inches, and then cut a strip across, and then you open it up and then you cut it the same way. Line up your cut edge with one of the lines on your ruler, I mean on your mat, and then do the same thing. So trim off your selvage edges at the 0 line and then cut it to wherever you need to cut it to get that square.
Got you.
And then what I did, because it was they were too deep at that point, because you've got a top and the bottom, without disturbing anything and using, that's where your long ruler comes in really handy. You actually may have needed, did I need one a little bit longer? It may have just been mine. You can cut from diagonal to diagonal. If you do need, if it doesn't quite match corner to corner, doesn't reach corner to corner, what you can do is mark it first and use something else, or if you've got another ruler, butt it up at the edge. So I've done that. You can put a little bit of tape on there to keep them together, but just to extend that ruler a little bit, and you only need it for the big squares. But that's another way that you can make the most of your tools.
I had exactly the same thing actually, a quilt I've just finished. The setting triangles, the squares were so big that my 24-inch ruler didn't go corner to corner. And what I did on that was I used the 45-degree line that's marked on your ruler. So long as your square is square, you can put that 45-degree line on the upper top straight edge and line that up with the first corner. So a little bit like this. So this is the 45-degree line lined up on the top of your square. This corner is matched up to the corner. Now it doesn't matter that this edge down here doesn't meet the corner. If this is right and this is right, this is going through the center. And when you do the other end, you do the same thing, but with the 45-degree line lined up. And it did work. And I had to sort of think on my feet, because I'd never had to do that before. And I thought, how am I going to do this? We find a way, don't we, sometimes?
We do.
Oh, Helen's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart and Emma. Always useful tips from Emma.
Oh,
she's brilliant, isn't she? Julie's got in touch to say, hi, Stuart. I had a Sewing Street voucher for Christmas. Will the amount be added to my account for future purchases, or should I wait to add it when I want to use it? Thank you. I'm going to ask the crew in the gallery to give me an answer to that in a second, Julie, because I don't know off the top of my head, but I will answer that in a second. And Steph says, I can do cake, what do you fancy? Lemon drizzle, apple and almond, or vanilla and chocolate? Your wish is my command, sir. Oh, gosh. I don't like the sound of or. Emma, do you? Do you want this or this?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You've lost me a bit, Steph. No, I'm kidding. Lemon drizzle all the way, please.
Nice. So this is going to be your corner in the very top part. So you've got, this is a smaller triangle than that one, obviously. That goes at the very top in the corner. You'll see that this triangle is longer than your block.
Right.
So to match that up, what I do is I'm going to fold this in half and press a little crease and find the center. And then do the same to this. Find the center, and then you just match those little creases up. So I put that crease on top of that crease, then that triangle is centered into that block. And then you can see, because you've got overlap. Oh, is that centered? Because that's got more overlap than that. We just redo that.
So that's another little visual check, isn't it? That you've got the same amount of overhang at either end. It's not like when I get dressed in the morning, and when I definitely haven't got the same amount of overhang on both sides. It's all very out of proportion. It's a challenge.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm definitely there. We were talking about that this morning. As we get older, things don't work and it's a bit rude, really.
Yeah,
like,
getting older's not for softies, that's for sure.
No. Go.
So centre your triangle with the centre of your block.
Yep.
Even overhang either end, and then sew that seam down.
Yes. Just be careful not to stretch it, because that long edge is on the bias.
Yes.
The bits all the way around are on the straight, but that one across will be bias.
So once you've sewn it, not an issue. And if you just treat it gently, pin it carefully, you'll be fine.
Golden.
Yeah. And let your feed dogs do their job. Let your sewing machine do their job. You do not need to push or drag your fabric through your machine. If you are having to do that, get your machine serviced. I did have this once with a sewing machine. It was not feeding properly. And I'll be honest, I had got to that stage where I was finishing off something and I thought, well, I'll just pull it through. I thought, come on, I really need to know why this machine isn't feeding itself, because that's what it's supposed to do. And it needed a clean. That was all it needed, a good clean.
I think that's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Any machine. Clean out underneath.
Yeah.
Change your needle.
Yeah.
Rethread.
Yeah.
Redo your bobbin. Oh, thank you. Let me just cut my dog ears off. There we go.
It's the sort of what I do with the computer. Turn it off, turn it on again.
Yeah, reset it, yeah.
Yeah. Give it a little dust. Lovely. Oh, it's beautiful. These fabrics are stunning, aren't they?
They are gorgeous.
Absolutely stunning. I can need to do a good job for you, Emma.
And then these ones, like, you're going to essentially put them on so that they make one big, kind of makes one big triangle for that corner.
Yeah.
So on either side.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And then in this case, the corner that you line up is this corner right here. So you've got to match everything up, and that will possibly overhang. It should all work out, but it will, the length will overhang.
But that's just the same as when you made the flying geese, isn't it?
Yeah.
You match up the corner and the tip of the triangle hangs over.
Yeah.
So you've had lots of practice of making your blocks by the time you get to this.
Oh,
so
yes.
Jill asked that question earlier on, can I do this? I've made 2 quilts, I'm finishing off a 3rd. I hope you're feeling confident now, Jill. This is really straightforward piecing.
Yeah.
It's just taking the skills you already have a step forward.
Yeah.
Because
building
actually,
confidence.
the diagonal set, the on-point set, it elevates.
It is. It is actually. I've got one in progress at the moment where I think it was a different quilt. Even just this morning, I saw another quilt on Instagram or something that was on the point. I'm like, oh, that's what I can do with that. Because I've gotten to a point where it's square. I'm like, what am I going to do next? I think, oh, I'll just twist it and then add on.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Yes.
While you sew that, Emma, may I just go through some backing bundles? Now, these are really nice, actually. I love the colours that have been picked. We've got a blue and we've got a buttery soft yellow. Let's do the soft yellow first, ending 2-5. So in your bundle here, you've got 5.5 meters of fabric. So you're going to do 2 panels, 2 widths, joined together to make your backing. Beautiful quality, 100% cotton. Rose and Hubble. I just want to hold this next to the quilt so you can see what a beautiful, isn't that? It's absolutely perfect colour. Really lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. This is really giving me Cornish coastal village vibes, this whole quilt.
Yes.
It's those, a lovely dresser with Cornish wear on it.
Oh, yeah.
A scone, clotted cream jam. I don't care how it's put together.
Jam cream.
Stop it, Emma. Stop it. There'll be emails. I don't care. Pot of tea. That quilt on the bed.
Oh, yes.
Julie, give customer services a call. We'll sort it out for you. Do you need the number? Should we give them the number? 0800 001 4433. UK based, free number to ring. Gorgeous people there. Okay, so our other backing bundle that we've got is this beautiful blue. Now this again, 5.5 meters. It's a slate blue, which really picks up these blues in this print right here, which has got those lovely slatey blues in them. And again, I'm just going to hold that fabric up there so you can see next to that what a fantastic match that is. Really, really lovely. Oh, I'm going down again. Oh, can I have another paracetamol?
Oh no.
So that would work beautifully as well. And remember, you know, centre or horizontal seam there. Now, another option, if you don't want to join backing fabrics, you could go for this Jerry Robinson extra wide backing fabric. So this, in fact, I've just used this exact fabric as a backing for a quilt, and it was beautiful to work with. It's 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres in width. I think that's 108, isn't it? 274?
I think so. Not sure.
Or is it 120? Or
pass.
Anyway, it's extra wide. It's queen size, king size. 274. 108.
Oh.
107.8.
Oh, no.
There we go.
I've run out of bobbin.
Oh, bobbin chicken.
I lost
100% cotton. This is Jerry Robinson for Riley Blake. It is absolutely beautiful, really great quality, nice, finely woven. It's £12.99 per half metre. Now then, let's just talk about how much do you need. What's the width again in centimetres? 274. So you need 183. Well, you're going to need 2 metres. You're going to need 2 metres. So 4 units. So 26, £52, isn't it? It's going to cost about £52 for the backing. Beautiful. It's really lovely. I don't like joining backing fabric, so I'll always go for an extra wide if I can. Unless I've got something very specific in mind. And having to join 3 panels, you've lost me.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have to admit.
You long arm quilts as well, don't you?
I do. It depends which way the seams are going. It's hard to yeah. You have to be careful which way the seams go on the long arm, because if they go that way, they go up and down, then it can add bulk and then it doesn't feed quite well. They have to be across. Yeah. Because otherwise
Extra wide, I like it. Just while Emma's doing her bobbin, let's just quickly talk about how this is quilted, because I know we all, you know, when we've made a quilt top, think, okay, how am I going to quilt this now? This one was not long armed. This was done on a domestic sewing machine. This has largely been outline quilted, 1/4 of an inch away from the block. So if you have a look somewhere over here, and you can see really clearly on this golden creamy background how it's been quilted. So here, outline quilting 1/4 of an inch away from the seam line, and same around here. The star blocks actually themselves have not been quilted in these areas. However, down here it's less easy to see, but both the background and the star blocks have been quilted 1/4 of an inch inside. And personally, I prefer that, so I would quilt both. And I actually personally would also quilt something in the centre of the star itself. Now, perhaps what I would do, you could either quilt a square in the centre, or you could quilt a square on point, which I think would look rather nice, and it would fit the diagonal set.
Yeah.
And I would go beyond, so it was larger. Do this square here, because I feel it would benefit from that. And these large background triangles, again, they are literally just quilted 1/4 of an inch inside, and the borders aren't quilted at all. This outer border, there's no quilting in there at all.
It does make it feel really soft, so the less quilting it is nice and drapey. But that 1/4 inch, that's a very traditional method of quilting.
Yeah.
Just doing the outline, it's nice.
Absolutely.
And it just shows that you don't have to do anything too fancy-dancy.
No.
And it's
No, you
really
don't.
effective.
It really is, it really is. And actually I think where you've got these open triangles, if you did want to machine quilt it really basic with a walking foot, as it's been done, you could do a bit of hand quilting in these triangles, couldn't you?
Yep.
Little bit of fancy something there.
Oh yeah,
if you wanted.
it would be nice, little feather or something.
You don't need to,
No.
but you could. I need to let you know that if every one of you checks out who's got this in your basket, we will have 10 left, 10 kits. And people join throughout the day, and if it's sitting in your basket and you're thinking, oh, I'll check out at the end of the morning at 1 o'clock, it could well be gone by then. It could well be gone by the end of the 11 o'clock hour or even earlier. It's a really popular quilt. It's a great price. You're making a saving today. The price should be $179.99. You're making a £15 saving. It's $164.99. It is a beautiful classic quilt, easy to piece but stunning result. And I think a big part of that is that diagonal set, which is really easy to do.
It is, because the instructions do a really nice job, and I like a visual instruction.
Yeah.
And they've got a really nice, on the back, a really nice visual of the way they go. The only thing to be careful of when you're setting it down, and I always do this when I'm sewing even blocks, lay it down first. So I laid my blocks down and my triangles down on the floor. You can do it on the table if there's room. But just double check that your triangles at the end are going in the correct direction.
Yes.
Yeah, because this one, as you can see, is the same, but some of them you get to a point where they have to flip direction. So just make sure, that's the only bit I would say to watch out for this next step.
Yeah. And if you don't put them on the floor, you can put them on a bed, can't you? Or anything like that. You know, but it is worth laying them out so that you get them in the right direction. Yeah. And then I always, what I do, I put mine, if I'm working at home, I put them on the sitting room floor. Yes. And I'm working in the kitchen and I go between. Yeah, and I do not trust myself to get them from the sitting room into the kitchen without twisting and turning them and sewing them wrong. So what I do is I take a couple of pins with me into the sitting room, I pin it the way it's supposed to go, and then I carry it through. Yes. I do exactly the same. Because after 30 years, I still can't trust myself. No, because you won't remember. So that is the same thing I do. I have a method. Yeah. So whenever I've got this piece to this piece, what I will do is I will turn this piece over on top of that one, put a pin in the line on the seam where I need to sew, so then I know that's where I need to go. But yeah, you have to have some sort of method, because invariably you're going to twist that block, especially if you've got stars together, and it will be the wrong wrong way. Yeah, and I'm not unpicking. No, well, I did do one bit of unpicking on this quilt. Did you? Yes. It happens. Yeah, but then you end up with strips of quilt, which then you put together as you normally would put together a quilt top. They're just going to be on the diagonal. So the only thing you need to be aware of, so when you get to here, if I pull this up a bit. Do you want me to hold one and you hold the other? Is that any help? Well, if I want to show this end bit where you've got a triangle, but that triangle is going to line up with a quilt block. There we go. Like that. That's not the right one, because that should go that direction. This one. There we go. There, like that. I'm going to move that a tiny bit back, just so we get it in shot. So you'll see when you get to those ends, this block side will line up with this triangle, and then this one will be overhanging, and then it will line up with another block along here. Yeah. So you're lining up this bit, aren't you? Your seam intersection. And again, don't be concerned if there's a little tiny bit hanging off the edge. Once it's sewn together, it will be straight. Yes, exactly. It's like a little miracle, isn't it? It is. The only other thing I did, and I'm not sure if it is in the instructions, it may or may not be, is when I put my strips together, I didn't press them until I got to this stage.
So I started with that corner, pressed everything out, and then I pressed all of my other blocks to sort of mirror where the seams go, so that each seam at the corner of each block is going to nest. Which helps also to keep it sort of even all the way along.
So when you sewed these blocks together, you didn't automatically press these seams?
No, I waited until I got to this point, and then I just pressed them as I needed, just to make sure that they're all going to be nesting.
Perfect tip, I like that.
Yeah. Again, it's that I don't like to think too much ahead.
No, quite. There's no need, is there?
No.
There's no need. You know, it's good in a block, but by the time you get to this stage, it's better to sort of put it together and think, okay, that wants to go that way and that way, and then react row by row.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if I try and be all organised and do them in alternate, I always flip one so that they're both going the same direction, and then I have to redo it.
Yeah.
So,
and oftentimes, if I put it away and come back to it, I'll forget what I was doing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Busy lives, Emma.
I know.
Got busy lives.
I know.
Got stuff to do, haven't we?
But it was really fun to put together, and it went together quite quickly.
Yeah.
So
it's a gorgeous quilt.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for all your tips.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Love it. Thank you. Now then, just to mention, we're very, very limited stock now on this quilt kit. Well done if you've managed to get yours. Huzzah! What a great way to start the new year with a beautiful, classic, fresh quilt. William Morris, Denim Dynasty. I love the name too.
It is, yeah. It is a good.
I don't know if denim was invented when William Morris was alive. Was it a fabric?
It was the 1880s, yeah, it would have been.
Yeah.
During the gold rush.
Do you think William Morris had a pair of jeans? Did he have a pair of 501s?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I'd have liked to have seen him in a pair.
That would have been good.
Yeah.
That would have been good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the ranch, Chambray de Nîmes.
His house is actually not far from where my daughter lives. So I keep meaning one of these days when I go visit to stop in and visit it, because that would be.
Is it National Trust?
I think so.
I only asked because we've got memberships for Christmas.
Oh, lovely. Oh, you'll love that.
1873, Chambray de Nîmes was made. 1873.
Yes.
Is that the first pair of jeans?
Jeans, well.
Yeah. Were they Levi 501s?
That would have been San Francisco.
Yeah.
Gold Rush.
Gold Rush.
Era.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Fab.
Yeah, of course. I should have known that it's denim.
Yeah,
denim from Denim. I know.
Fun fact.
I know.
Emma, it's been a joy. You're back in an hour with a totally, thoroughly modern Millie of a quilt.
Yeah.
Can't wait for
different.
that. Yeah, really different. Okay, enjoy your hour off.
Thank you.
I'll see you in an hour. Thank you for the last hour. Check out your baskets during the break, won't you? We are seriously running out of that Denim Dynasty Quilt kit. All right, I'll see you after the break with some of 2022's top picks.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is New Year's Eve. It is the very last day of 2022. And what a year it's been. What have you done this year that's been really wonderful? What's happened that's been a really wonderful memory? Because I think it's good to end the year and find something. Did you learn a new skill? Did you make a new connection or a new friend? Did you discover Sewing Street? Hopefully that was a good thing. Let us know. Let us know. Send us a message, send us a little email, get in touch and tell us what's been wonderful about 2022 and what do you look forward to in the new year? Is it developing your skills? Now, one of the things that I know a lot of dressmakers in particular want to have is an overlocker. An overlocker really does kind of take you forward into that sort of really sort of competent professional dressmaking sort of status. It's a wonderful way of constructing, finishing, neatening your dressmaking projects, but also super useful for home decor. Now, I need to tell you, we have got one of these machines left. It's the Elna air threading overlocker. It is the 864 air threading overlocker from Elna, the Elna Extend. And you get free mat, you get threads and you get calico. The threads are amazing. You get a load of gorgeous threads, you get some calico, you get a cutting mat, gorgeous little bundle. But the real star of that bundle is the Elna 864 air threader. Because number one thing that puts people off, sometimes for life, getting an overlocker is how to thread it. Because actually non-air threader overlockers are difficult to thread, and they just are. They are very different to threading a sewing machine. It's quite a complex process if you're new to it, and if you don't do it very often you end up having to go back to the manual and making it sound difficult, and it is, and it puts a lot of people off. And that's why Elna puts so much time and effort into creating an air threading overlocker, because literally to thread this, all you do is put the end of the thread into a little tube and press a button, and a jet of air whisks the thread straight through the threading passage and threads it up for you. Which makes it simplicity itself, which means that the number one pain point of overlockers has been removed. The number one reason why people do not buy an overlocker is because they are afraid of threading it. And Elna, with this machine, solves that problem. You will literally put the thread into a little tube, press a button, and it will be threaded, and you will be away. Dressmaking, neatening, overlocking. Now, you might be wanting to make things like swimwear, yoga wear, active wear, using stretch fabrics, jerseys, lycra. You might want to make your own fashion garments with things like jersey, knit fabric, sweatshirt, those stretchy fabrics. You might want to do bridal using things like organza, fine lace, silk, satin. You want to be able to do a gorgeous little rolled hem. You want to be able to overlock and neaten those edges perfectly. Maybe you want to do children's clothes, make and sell. Maybe you want to really get into your dressmaking, or home decor, soft furnishings. Now I need to tell you there are 4 of these in baskets. We've got 1 left. The only way you can get this with that bundle, with the cutting mat, with the threads, with the calico, we've got 1 of those bundles left. You need to check out your basket. You need to check out your basket. We're not going to get that bundle in again. Okay? Ellen is basically reiterating what I've just said about threading overlockers. She says, they're a nightmare to thread. I found this a few days ago. Well done. Yeah. It is. Overlockers are traditionally really difficult. I've got a different brand, which is normal threading. I barely touch it. That's the truth. I barely touch it. And I went on a day course and I learned how to thread it, you know, but if you don't do it all the time, you forget. Whereas this, you put the thread in a tube, press a button, and it's through. Just like that. You know, and one of the tips that's often given with overlockers is rather than rethreading it, just tie your next thread on to each one and then pull the threads through. Well, I'm just going to say I don't recommend that, because you will never learn to thread your overlocker if that's what you do. And sometimes they come unthreaded. You do not have the luxury of tying it on and pulling it through. What do you do then? You know, all I can say is if you're not lucky enough to own an Elna air threading overlocker, then you're going to have to put some hours in learning and practicing how to thread your overlocker so that you know how. I wouldn't recommend tying the threads on and pulling them through. But if you get the Elna air threader, then literally in the first 5 minutes you'll have this threaded up, because all you've got to do is whew, whew, and it's done. One left. Make sure you check out your basket, won't you? Now, the other thing that we've got one left of is this baby, this beauty right here, which is the Elna 680 Plus. Now, when I say we've got one left of the bundle. Now, in the bundle for £1,199, you're getting the Elna 680 Plus, which is an absolute dream of a sewing machine. You get the walking foot, the darning foot, all the feet, extension table, cover, case, knee lifter. But you're also getting loads of needles, scissors, some decorative tins, extra bobbins. You're getting some fabrics. You're getting some exclusive Sewing Street panels. You're getting £103 worth of extras bundled in. You're also saving £50 on the price of the machine. I bought my Elna 680 almost 8 years ago. It was £1,100 then. So in 7-8 years, it's gone up in price by about £150, which is amazing considering what you get. Like I say, you get the walking foot included. You do not have to buy that. You get a darning foot, free motion quilting foot included. You do not have to buy that. Extension tables included. Knee lifter is included. It is an absolute dream. I've written 2 books using my Elna 680. My last 2 books I made using this. Superb machine. One left. If that's in your basket, please check it out. Oh, Derek, thank you so much for messaging in. He says, Stuart, that's not a cutting mat in the photo. It's a mat that stops the overlocker slipping on the table. Thank you, Derek. We were all confused. We all thought it was a cutting mat. Bless your heart. Bless your heart for letting us know. And that's even better, actually, because I've got a cutting mat, but I haven't got a non-slip mat. So I really appreciate you messaging in. He also says, by the way, I love my overlocker. They are wonderful. Once you've got one, once you've made friends, overlockers are amazing. Derek, I also want to know, what shirt are you making right now? What are you working on? Because I know you make some fabulous shirts. Happy New Year to you, by the way. This sewing machine, we've got one of these bundles left, by the way, and we've got 3 of them in baskets. So someone's going to be very lucky and 2 people are going to be disappointed. Okay. Hello, the overlocker's sold out. The overlocker's sold out. If you want to get the overlocker on its own, no bundle, we're not repeating that bundle. We do have the overlocker on its own. We've only got 4 of these left now. So we've literally 4 in the company, and then we'd have to reorder, and I don't know when we'll get those in. So £1,059. Sewing Bee will be back on our screens before you know it, once the year goes by, and then you won't be able to get an overlocker for love nor money, because everybody buys a new overlocker and a new sewing machine. Get yours now, get ahead of the curve, and then by the time the Sewing Bee comes on, you will be sewing like an absolute monster, and I mean that in the most lovely way. 680 Plus bundle, by the way, that has also now sold out. Well done if you got yours. I know from personal experience, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Okay, comic board. Comic board. Bit of a phenomena, this one. Is your New Year resolution, like Emma Bradford, like me actually, to tidy up the sewing space? Be a bit more organised? Maybe use the fabrics that you've already got. Now, one of the best ways you can tidy your sewing room and use the fabrics that you've got in one fell swoop is to tidy your fabrics and sort of display them like they were displayed when you bought them. Beautiful, pressed, wrapped around a bowl, looking gorgeous. That's where these comic boards come in. So what you're going to do here, these comic boards, you get 100 in the pack, and they're manufactured for storing kind of like your Marvel comics that are like £100 a piece on, you know, so they stay all pristine, they're acid free, they won't damage the comic and they won't damage your fabric either. And so what you would do then is you get your fabric, and it might be a fat quarter like I've got here, it might be a half yard or a half metre cut or something like that. And you create your own little mini bolt. Now then, what I like to do personally is I'll just fold an edge in, and then I will grab a pin, nice quality pin, and then I will just pin that fabric in place. And now look, what was a fat quarter is now a little mini bolt. So that then is going to go on your shelf. I'm going to do a couple more while I'm here. This is fun. This is fun tidying. I like this. I like fun tidying. Yeah. Well, you know, and if you've got the grandchildren coming to stay, get them working. I always used to say, you know, when I was a school teacher, if the children were engaged and doing something which they found motivating, interesting, animating, they didn't muck about, they didn't want to, you know, lark about or misbehave, because they were actually positively engaged and enjoying themselves. So, I mean, let's get cracking. Let's tidy this baby up. I could tidy this whole studio. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. But I mean, this is so appealing. And this will take up so much less space in your workroom if you've got all these on a shelf. And like I say, this will work beautifully. I mean, it could be smaller cuts of this, but, you know, and I'm just stacking them. Look, look. How appealing! How appealing! Hiya! I love all my fabric wrapped around boards. I use the plastic clips you get on shirt packaging instead of pins. That's a genius idea. I like that. Was that Sue in the West Midlands? It was Sue. Yeah, thanks for that, Sue. Yeah. Or you could use something like a little wonder clip as well on the corner. Check this out for being organised and beautiful. Hello, lovely. Still a work in progress, but it beats having to constantly tidy up the shelves after pulling out fabric and struggling to put it back. Loving the show, Anna in Coventry. Anna, I am getting serious stash envy and sewing room envy. That looks amazing. I'd be like, would you like to come into my sewing room? Yeah, yeah. At the moment, I'd be like, oh no, you don't want to look in there. Oh no, no. I'm still going. This is fun. I like this. I'm really liking this. You get 100. You get 100 of these cards. You know, actually tidying your fabric and neatening it all up actually reminds you what you've got. Because I'm going to say a very controversial thing now. Can you remember all the fabric you've ever bought? Do you know where your children are? do you know how much fabric? Do you know whether you've got this fabric, that fabric? Do you know if you've got 5 different reds. Have you accidentally bought the same fabric more than once? I do that all the time. And I go, oh, I've got this, or a book, or a quilt kit. I've done that before now as well, but it doesn't matter because it's all good. But yeah, you know, and sometimes when I do have a tidy up, suddenly I'm like, oh my goodness, I forgot I bought that. And I actually went through a phase where I hated it, but now I've seen it again. I love it, and I can't wait to use it. So actually, tidying up your quilt room, your sewing room, your quilt stash, can actually end up saving you a lot of money, because it reminds you what you've got, you see the beauty in what you've got, and you think, actually, I don't need to buy that new pack over there because I've got all these lovely fabrics at home. That is fab. And also, just look at how beautifully and sort of slender profile that is on your shelf. And then all you need is a couple of those lovely bookends. I've got one that my lovely friend Deanie from Bridlington gave me as a gift for my birthday one year. And it is 2 halves of an old Singer sewing machine. Well, it's moulded, you know, but it's bookshelf and it's a sewing machine. Something like that. Gorgeous. If you're watching, Deanie, I know you're watching the shop. Lots of love to you. Can't wait to see you in the new year. We need a birthday meet. Okay, really, really popular these, so grab yours while you can. I enjoyed doing that. Now, the 680 bundle on its own did sell out, but if you do want the machine on its own, no bundle, you can get that slightly higher price, because that was a special on that bundle, but £1,249 for the Elna 680 Plus. Now remember, I bought mine 8 years ago, it was £1,100 then. It's only £150 more now, so it is really, really come down in price relative to everything else, hasn't it? I wish my utility bills were only £150 more than they were 8 years ago, but that ain't going to happen anytime soon, is it? What should we do instead? Let's not talk about that. Should we talk about books? Hello, you, old friend. Hello, old friend. Right. 2 of my books that we've got in. Let's talk about simple shapes first. I mentioned this earlier on when we were looking at Fassett design rolls. Simple Shapes Stunning Quilts was my 2nd quilting book, and in here you've got 100 quilt patterns. 100. There's a lot of book here. You get all your technique chapters at the start, all of your equipment that you need explained, your materials explained, and all of your basic techniques. So things like rotary cutting, layering a quilt, binding a quilt, adding a sleeve, things like foundation paper piecing, different ways to do a plique, different ways to do your piecing. It's all explained. And then there are 100 quilt patterns in there. All sorts. That's a fun one. Pine Blossom. It's a log cabin variation. Pineapple Parade. Yes, please. Fruity. Crossing Borders, that's a lovely medallion style quilt I made using Tilda fabrics. Sunshine in the Forest, lovely. Lots of classic piecing, some curves in there, clamshells, very nice, very nice. Oh, here's a lovely one. This is a Lollipop Flowers, that's a real classic. So some lovely applique. I mean, just loads for everyone. There are 5 chapters of projects in the book, as well as all of the basics. You've got 20 one-patch quilts, 20 quilts that use strips and squares, 20 quilts that use triangles, 20 that use curves, and 20 that use foundation piecing. Now, if you consider that a decent quilting book might have between 12 and 20 quilt patterns in, and if you've got 20 quilt patterns in a book, I think you'd think you were doing quite well out of that. Effectively, I have condensed 5 books into one, because I could have done any of these chapters as a whole book. 21 patch quilts, that could have been a book. I'm a fool to myself, really, aren't I? Honestly, what am I like? Well, I'm just a giver. But you get all 100 in the one book for £17.99. That means you're paying less than 18 pence per quilt pattern, and you've got all your techniques chapters in there as well. Put that to one side. We have a question. I'm searching online for the mini iron that you have on your table. Can you give me the details, please? Happy New Year, Stuart. You brighten my day. Who was that from? From Julie. From Julie. Me, Julie. Yep, I've got it right here. Let's put the details on screen. Gorgeous little mini iron. Love this. Comes in a carry box as well. This is fab. So if you want one for travelling, look at this. £28.99. Mini steam iron with travel case, and it is a rigid hard case. So really good for travelling as well, actually, because I never like using the irons that they have in hotel rooms. So you get all of that. This is also brilliant. I mean, it's great for your patchwork and stuff like that, but it's also absolutely brilliant for doing turned edge applique using an iron, which is one of the techniques I cover in Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. So invisible machine applique. You can buy the travel case on its own, if you'd like it on its own, on Amazon for £16.99. That is for an empty case. It's for an empty case for £16.99. Yeah, you don't even get a little water jug there. Come on. Ours, you get the case, but most importantly, I feel, you get the iron. That would be the thing I wanted, really. And the little jug. Yeah, and the little jug. You can also use that jug for cream if you want to do like an individual pudding. I'm joking. I hope that helped, my love. Oh, Ben, our producer's just said, I thought of you at Christmas because we had a trifle. What, and you dropped it and thought of me? Thank you, Stuart, for the iron details. Ordering now. You're welcome, Julie. It's fab iron. Really good. Really good. Excellent. Enjoy that. Right. Second book I wanted to share with you is, I'm very proud to say, my award-winning book, Bags for Life. Now, this actually won Best Sewing Book of 2021 in the Creative Book Awards, which can I get a whoop, whoop? Thank you. Thank you. Nice bit of... Thank you, thank you. No, I'm really proud of that. Bags for Life is 21 bags. I had to think about that. 21 bags. I was going to say projects because it is really, isn't it? To make, customise, love forever. All sorts of different chapters in this book. So you've got all your basics at the start, of course. You've all your basic techniques. So if there's a new technique that you're not certain about, you'll be warned. So, for example, every single bag at the start of the bag, at the start of the pattern, I say things like, in this project, you will make a zippered pocket, an adjustable shoulder strap, and so on, a magnetic bag closure. These are the sort of special skills that are in this bag. And if there's anything different in there that you think, ooh, I'm not sure about that, I haven't done that before, you can go back to the start, like in here. In this project, we'll cut and piece different sections of the bag one at a time to keep things organised. So there's different ways that we're doing things. You can go back to the original chapters, you can practice the technique on its own, and then when you come to actually make it in the project, you'll feel confident, you'll know what you're doing, and you know, you'll just absolutely soar with that. So you've got all your basic techniques, and then we get into the meat and potatoes. And what I did was, when I started, I thought, well, why do you need a bag? Why do you need a bag? Oh. Hello, you. I was just walking down the street and someone said, can I have a picture? Said no one ever. Why do you need a bag? And I thought, well, what about a trip to the market, going shopping? What about a day at the beach, a picnic by the lake, a great afternoon in, a meeting in the city, a weekend in the country? So you've actually got 6 chapters there and 3 or 4 bags in each chapter that fit that theme. However, so many of the bags lend themselves to different uses. There are simple bags, there are complex bags that will take a little longer. Convertible tote and towel. Convertible tote and towel, you think, what's convertible about? What do you mean, tote and towel? It's a tote bag, but it opens out into a massive beach towel with pockets. There's a pillow inside. This is all toweling. You can lie on it all day on the beach and then zip your bag up, pop all your bits back in it and carry it home. Great fun to make. Great fun to make. My splash-proof beach bag would make the most brilliant gym bag. Really good gym bag. There's lunch bags in there. There's a hobo. Deputy Joan has made so many of these. It's almost like she's running a factory. No, but honestly, Joan's made loads of these as gifts. Got 12 of these books left. Just 12 of them left. Oh, now that was a lovely afternoon. I had to eat the sandwiches. Once we'd finished the shoot, I ate the sandwiches. And they were gorgeous sort of deli meats. Lovely artisan, you know, heritage tomatoes and rocket. There was a lovely bottle of pink lemonade in there, I seem to recall. And also, what was particularly nice about that afternoon, skulking around a park, was in the picnic one, we actually had a bottle of, I believe it was rosé wine. I'll just get to a later. I ate the cereal bar as well. I basically had to eat what was left. Yes, it was a bottle of rosé. And we'd poured it out, and then the art director said, does anybody want the wine? And everyone just went, no. I was like, I'm sorry. What did you say? Are you ill? Are you ill? And I was like, I'll drink the wine. So I did. Oh, it was a lovely afternoon. It's a nice day at work, isn't it? All right, that's bags for life. All right, moving on. Yeah, let's do some fabric. Right, continuing the Stuart Hillard theme. This is Kyoto. I'm going to rip this open. I'm not going to rip it open. I'm going to gently ease it open with a pair of pinking shears. Don't tell my mum. My mum's watching. Morning, Mum. How are you, darling? I'll ring you later, Bab. Oh. So this is my Kyoto fabric range. This is a real good deal, this. It's $89.99. For that, you're getting 12 metres of fabric. So you're paying less than £9 a metre for this fabric. And this is amazing quality, 100% cotton, beautifully printed fabric. And you get a metre of every one of them. Now, in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to be doing my garden maze quilt pattern again, and I'm going to be doing that with Kyoto, and I'm also going to be doing it with indigo elements. So you might want to shop ahead and get your Kyoto fabric now while it is less than £9 a metre. Getting the metre pack for $89.99, you will have enough fabric here, plus your solid. You need some solid, either navy or white, to go with. You would have enough here to make a king size quilt for $89.99. Now that is some price, isn't it? So you get all of those delicious fabrics, gorgeous blues, indigo blues and jade, with that little bit of tomatoey orange in there just to add a little vibrancy to it. Really, really beautiful, including the Japanese rice bowls design, which I'll just open out so you can see a little bit more of this. That's really fun for a bag as well, beautiful. And you get that with the navy background, and you also get that with that vibrant orange background. And then you get all your coordinates as well. So blossoms, cranes, bamboo leaves and stems, water lilies, and these really fun koi carp that are on a kind of Japanese wave background. They're those really famous, there's a really famous painting, isn't there, of the sort of crashing waves. it's beautiful. Well, I've actually just seen it done. You can get a Lego kit, which I am desperate for. Honestly, and I don't really do Lego. Charlie does Lego, but it appeals to the quilter in me, the patchworker, to put bits together to create. Yeah, Great Wave off Kanagawa. And you can get it as Lego. Oh, fabric. Really, absolute bargain this. Absolute bargain for £89.99. No, do you know, I got it completely wrong, didn't I? I'm rubbish at maths. I said you were paying just under £9 a metre. That would be if there were 10 metres. There's 12. Can somebody with a computer and work that out for me, please? It's significantly less than £9 a metre, isn't it, actually? £89.99 divided by 12. £7.49 per metre. Now, most of the fabric that we have on Sewing Street is £7.49 per half metre. So effectively, this is half the price of your usual quilting fabrics. £7.49 per metre. You get 12 metres of fabric. All right, I will leave that with you. Last of the Stuart Hillard is Joy to the World, la 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 la. Now, I know that Christmas is over. It's over. Get that tree down. But it's proved so popular, we're going to have it again next year. This is my, well, actually, do you know, I designed this for winter. And this is my Joy to the World tote bag. So it's a panel. Gorgeous panel. You get all your fabrics for your outer pockets. It's got a bit of a sewing theme to it. And you've got Joy on one side. There we go, Joy. And your little scissors hanging from the tree. And this is a big, deep outer pocket. You get your pockets, you get the background, you get your straps, you get your lining of your straps. On the other side, look, you've got another pocket. So the most wonderful time of the year. Again, big deep pocket. You get your little button loop. And then inside the bag, on your panel, you're also getting your facing that runs around the top. You will need to provide your own lining fabric, about a metre of that to line your pockets and your bag. But then you also get, look, inside your bag, you've got this security pocket. So this is stitched into between the facing and the lower lining. And then you've got this zip pocket. So you can put things like your purse. And did I mention a purse? Because you do also get the purse and the lining included on your panel. Okay, so you get an awful lot of value on that panel, all for £19.99. It is stonking value, actually. Oh, I've left all sorts in this bag. Look, I wondered where those threads had gone. There's no sweets in there, but there's all sorts of other things. I can never find anything at home. So that's your Joy to the World, and it's £19.99. So just a bit of something like H640 or quilt batting. And I like to do medium weight interfacing on the pockets and the shoulder straps. But yeah, really fun bag, nice and quick and easy. Very, very low numbers of these left, by the way. So if you want to get yours in and get that made up, be quick on that one. Now, Bridgewater Stitch Remover. The Bridgewater Stitch Remover. Is it in the box? Electric Stitch Remover. Hello, hello. Oh, I say. Looks like a lady shave. Well, look though, because you've got that little brush. There we go. Okay, right. I've got a bit of stitch in here. Oh, we'll show the video. Let's see the video. Show me the video then. Go on. So let's say, for example, you've done a machine embroidery, a dense machine embroidery, and you're not happy. Not happy. It's coming out. So what you do is you shave the back. You shave the back. Ah! Ah! And what you're doing then, you're cutting through all of those threads, which means you can completely remove that embroidery. There you see, look, even really dense designs you can remove. Look, all gone. Removing a pocket, you can go under the seam and remove. Look, quickly, easily. So if you want to do things like recycle clothing and like old jeans or jackets to make into bags, or you want to recycle, you know, Dad's old shirts and you want to make a quilt out of them and you need to cut them apart, make memory bears, things like that, this stitch remover is absolutely ideal. Love that. Love that. Very clever bit of kit, that. And it's rechargeable. So you get your charging cable. You don't have to provide that yourself. You've got your charging cable. Charge it up. With these rechargeable things, I always think it's best to charge it for 24 hours. And don't use it. Don't just charge it up for an hour and then start using it. I know you're keen. I'd be the same. I am the same. But tie your hands back, leave it for 24 hours until it's really fully charged, and then you'll get the best use out of the battery. But really good bit of kit, that. That's your electric stitch remover. Loads of those in baskets. Don't forget to check them out, will you? And get them home. Those comic boards now. How are we doing with comic boards? So many of you have gone for those. I'm looking forward to seeing the pictures actually of your tidied sewing spaces. Well over half the stock is gone. If you're thinking, yeah, okay, this is making sense now, I should tidy up my sewing room, I could reorganize my fabrics, all my scraps. So many of us, when I say scraps, so many of us have got yardage, fat quarters that we've cut a little bit out of and that just kind of get a bit discarded. Funny comment in my ear, sorry. Yes, that's thrown me completely. Grab your, Penelope, you tinker. Grab your comic boards while you can. While you can. Right, let's do a little bit of a Delphine section now. Can we do the cushion first? The Rustic Home Denim Cushion. This is absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to show you the project first of all. That is absolutely glorious. This is called the Rustic Home Denim Cushion. I'm actually helping some friends of mine at the moment organise a rustic wedding. I convinced them to do a rustic wedding because I said to them then nothing has to be perfect, and they jumped at that. So I'm helping them organise their rustic wedding, which should be fun. Really nice, lovely kind of farm theme. Now this is Delphine's Rustic Home Denim Cushion. And it's absolutely gorgeous. It was on the 21st of December. Now this uses Delphine's pattern. Absolute gorgeous, that. All your full-size pieces, all of your layout diagrams, full instructions, full-size templates. Then you've got your background. This is seeded natural. You've got your denim in 3 colours to go with. You've also got some of this, which I think is felt, but I'm just going to check. Felt, yeah, felt. So that is for this little, and the girl and the flag, yeah. Mine, 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 mine. Oh gosh, do you know, I love going to Scarborough in North Yorkshire, yeah, where I live, and really just to see the the people trying to eat their food on the front. It is terrible. Really, we should all know better. Don't eat your chips in public down by the quayside. It doesn't end well. But this looks tranquil and beautiful. This is amazing, the way the denim's been used to create this texture. Absolutely superb project. Is that really the price for the whole kit? The denim, the background fabric, the felt, the pattern, $16.99. And you make the back out of the fabrics as well. That's an absolute steal. That's a proper workshop, that, isn't it? That's a workshop for $16.99 with your kit provided. Can you imagine if your guild said we're doing this workshop and you get the entire kit and your tuition for $16.99? I wouldn't be able to get the cash out of my pocket fast enough. Well, you can do that in the comfort of your own home. You don't have to wait for coffee time to be announced at 11:30. What's that all about? You can just have it whenever you want to, at home, really relaxed, invite a couple of friends round, have a lovely day. Okay, talking about inviting a friend round and having a lovely day, can we do John Scott? Lovely John Scott. I haven't seen John for ages. Well, not since before Christmas when he had his little accident. His little fall. I know, poor lamb. Oh, gosh, I did feel badly for him. Awful. Okay, this is one of John's thread collections for Aurifil, and this is the garden collection. John Scott's garden. These are beautiful. I mean, Aurifil threads are such beautiful quality. I can't help but tidy while I'm here. It's the theme of the day, tidying. You've got these beautiful threads. Now, you've got 3 that are variegated and 3 that are solid. Okay. Now, your solids, you've got dark turquoise, pale yellow, and paprika. Paprika. Okay. They're your solids. And then you've got pink taffy, you've got Marrakesh, and you've got Tramonto Azzurri. I would like to apologise to the people of Italy and their descendants for murdering your language there. I didn't mean to. Tramonto Azzurri. Yeah, it was better the first time, wasn't it, really? Just quit while you're ahead, Stuart. Oh, trust John Scott. Honestly. Why couldn't he just call it Peach Parfait? Peach Parade. That's what I'd have called it. Peaches on Parade. I've had a resounding yes vote from the entire crew for that one. Gorgeous. John Scott's garden. Luscious. Oh! As I put the box, I put them all very carefully away, and then as I put it down, the end opened and they just flew across the studio. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. Right. Let's do some seams. Some seams. Yes. Let's do some seams. Oh, nail oil. Nail oil. This is my absolute hero product. Have we got an open one of these? Am I allowed to open it? I'm open. I'm not going to say that. I'm opening it. Let's open it. This is my absolute hero product. It's gorgeous. Let me open this up. So this is a hand and nail oil. So think of this as a luxurious spa treatment for your hands and nails. Now, I used to teach anatomy and physiology and holistic therapies. And then while I was teaching in the college, they asked me if I would teach anatomy and physiology to the nail students. Okay. And so I did that for a bit. And then they said to me, would you like to train as a nail technician, do the training? So I was like, that sounds like fun. So I qualified as a nail tech while I was there for fun. So manicure, pedicure, gel, acrylic, nail art, silk, fiberglass, I'm your man. And what I learnt there was about nail oil, which is just glorious. The smell, oh, it's that gorgeous spa scent, which is neither masculine nor feminine. It's just luxurious, you know. You don't need to really drip this out, okay? The best thing to do is literally just to run this across the lanula, that little half moon, I'm showing off now, and your cuticle, okay, as a nail treatment. So this is where it needs it most. So then you're just going to rub this into your cuticle and around the side walls of your nail. Okay, because this is where it can get really dry and a bit sort of cracked and sore, especially if you're using your hands a lot. Things like knitting, crochet, sewing can be very drying on your hands and nails and skin. Okay, so rub it across your nails as well and it will soak in. If you've got gel or acrylic nails or false nails or anything like that still around the cuticle, it will be absorbed into that cuticle area and nourish the nail bed. If you want to do this as a whole hand treatment, you can do it two ways. Either pop a couple of drips into your palm, I'll just put two drips, and then you can rub that in. You don't need more than two really, okay? And you can do that as a treatment, and that's nice at night. Or the other thing that you can do is you can use your regular hand cream or your Seams hand cream, and actually there pop a little, like a pea-sized amount of the cream into your palm of your hand, and then add 1 drop of the nail and hand oil into the cream. Rub it together and then moisturize your hands or your feet. You can use this on your feet too as a treatment oil, but you can also add it to your cream. It is gorgeous stuff, absolutely beautiful. Big fan of that. Right, we'll do the cream next while I'm luxuriating and nourishing my hands. And one of the things we used to say as well was remember that your nails are jewels, not tools. So none of this picking and digging with nails. They're there for decorative purposes only. Well, you know, you use your body how you want to, but we used to say jewels, not tools. So when you use your hand cream, you want a pea-sized amount. Yeah, that's a pea. That's a marifat pea, isn't it? Yeah, and then that's not a mushy pea. Oh, and I have the hand oil and the hand cream on my table in my sitting room. I also have a set in my bag that I take away with me, so I can do the same at home. But then when I'm sitting of an evening, a little bit of TV or listening to the radio or something like that, or just sitting and reading and relaxing, a little bit of it just reminds me because it's there in front of me. If it's there in front of you, you'll use it. If it's tucked away in a bathroom cabinet, you'll forget about it. Put it next to your sewing machine. We have it in the gallery all the time, and because of that, the producer, the director, who I'm going to stick my neck out here, our multi-skilled operator, they all use it because it's there. It's there. Yeah. Charlie, our director, is a bit of a gym rat. I think it's fair to say he's a bit of a gym rat. He's hench. It's true to say he's hench. But lifting weights, really, really, you know, hard on your hands. He uses the hand cream too. He's got beautiful soft hands. I don't know that. I've just seen them. Just seen them. Gorgeous. And what's really lovely as well, you can moisturize, but you're not greasy. You're not sticky. It's just absorbed really fast. Beautiful quality ingredients in there as well. Love that. Love that. Genuinely, really like that product. Fab stuff. All right, you get a little calico bag as well with the nail oil. Can we do the colouring pens, please? Because I love these. I love these. I love these. Now, earlier on in the year, I brought out my Mendy colouring panel to create a bag. So it was all printed in black and white, and then you could use it as a black and white bag if you wanted, or you could use textile markers to colour the panels in and then make it up. Really fun, lovely. These are your textile markers. You've got 20 assorted colours. They are double tipped. So one end is a thick broad nib, the other end is a fine nib. So if you want to be able to do broad strokes, good like sort of coverage, then use the broad tip. If you want to do fine detailing, outlining, santangling, things like that, use the finer end. And you've got 20 colours to play with there. These gorgeous, rich, hot, spicy colours, bright pinks and purples, blues, greens. You've got a lovely warm brown there, a grey and a black. Now these are light fast. They are also permanent markers. Okay, so you can wash these at 40 degrees. So what you want to do is, say for example you were working on the Mendy panel, you want to colour your panel in, leave it for 6 hours to dry completely, okay, and then flip the panel over. I like to put it on a piece of, you know, calico or something like that, just for safety. Nothing comes out, but I just put it down anyway, face down, and then iron it from the back. Okay, you can use cotton setting iron on cotton fabric, of course, and then just dry it all out, and that just heat sets the ink, and then it's machine washable at 40 degrees. Absolutely fab for £13.99. Really good that. Alison Marion did a fantastic Halloween panel, didn't she? That was all black and white that you could colour in, and there's a few things like that on the market. Another top tip actually with these. If you're ever quilting a quilt, particularly if you're using light thread, okay, and say like you're outline quilting something and you go over onto a darker fabric or a coloured fabric, say you're quilting in white or cream on your white or cream fabric, and you accidentally go over and do a stitch or two on and it sticks out like a sore thumb to you and it's annoying and you think, oh, do I have to unpick all those threads? Don't unpick your quilting, just use an appropriate colour from this, colour in the stitches, the cream stitches that have gone onto your darker or coloured fabric in the appropriate colour, leave it to dry, maybe put a pin in where you've done your colouring, leave it to dry for 6 hours and then just heat set it with an iron, okay, and colour in those stitches. You'll never see them, you'll forget about them. Now that tip was given to me by a fantastic teacher, Liz Cornish, who taught me the basics of patchwork and quilting about nearly 30 years ago. Yeah, fantastic teacher, when I was 9 years old. Not. Okay, good tip though, really good tip. Now, should we do one more thing before we go? Let's do one more thing. Can we do the wool pressing mat? Because I think this is a real hero product. If you've never used a wool pressing mat, seriously, get yourself a wool pressing mat. This is from Millwood. It's £24.99, which is a fantastic price for a wool pressing mat. They are expensive, but they are worth every penny. They are really firm, okay, which is a perfect pressing surface. When you're pressing, have you ever had this where you're pressing fabric or patchwork on your ironing board, and if your cover's a bit thin and you're ironing on a hot setting, you can end up with the mesh of the ironing board imprinted on your dark fabric? Have you ever had that happen? It's happened to me loads of times. It will not happen. Have you ever had it where you're pressing a block on a soft surface and you end up with indentations of all the seams that come through? Press on a wool pressing mat, it won't happen. If you want to do turned edge applique using your small iron, you need a firm pressing surface to turn the edges over onto. You can either use a wooden chopping board, if it's kept specifically for that, or again your wool pressing mat, because it is very firm and you will get the neatest, firmest edge on your appliques on your wool pressing mat. For dressmaking, collars, cuffs, turning hems, they will be so neat and precise and crisp. if you use a wool pressing mat. I really recommend them. This one's £24.99. It's 42 centimetres by just a fraction under 30 centimetres. Great size and portable. All right, we're going to go to a little break. Emma Bradford is back after the break with a thoroughly modern quilt. I will see you after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, you. I knew you'd come back. I knew it. How are you? Look at this gloriousness hanging behind me. This is part of a quilt. It's so cool. I absolutely love it. Emma Bradford, what are you doing to me? 2 amazing quilts in one day. That quilt behind you is just stunning.
Thank you.
Tell me about it.
Well, I just wanted to do something completely different. And yeah, versatile.
It is.
And curves.
Dazzling.
Yeah, thank you.
What's it called?
It's called Modern Blooms.
Modern Blooms. It is absolutely beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. We've all been cooing over this quilt today. Stunning. We've got 3 different colourways. We'll get to that very shortly. I just wanted to answer a few messages because we had some messages in the last hour. We were so busy I didn't read them out and I don't want you to think I was ignoring you. Steph messaged in to say, I never do New Year resolutions. Neither do I, unless it's something lovely, you know, like eat more cake. My wish for New Year is Mum gets out of hospital and is well again. Steph, that is my wish for New Year as well. Fingers and toes, my lovely. Susan got in touch talking about the comic boards, about how fantastic they are, and you can wrap coordinating pieces together. So you've almost got like a little kit on a comic board. Well done if you got yours. They've almost sold out. If you want the comic boards, grab them. Trudy got in touch. Trudy's our Bex in the studio. It's her mum. She's a new sewer. She said, Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to you, my darling. Got your Bags for Life book, Stuart. I made my first tote shopping bag from your book.
Yay!
Well done, Trudy. We are all very, very proud of you. That was the gallery cheering then. Alison got in touch to say my next projects are your Weekend Warrior bag and the bottle carrier. Do you know if they've been demoed on Sewing Street? Happy New Year, Ali. They have not, but there's, you know, easy instructions in the book. You'll have no bother. Enjoy those and Happy New Year to you. Christy messaged, mentioning when I mentioned that John had a little fall, and she said, morning gorgeous Stuart Hillard, I bet John Scott is shouting at the TV, I tripped! Happy New Year to everyone. He did, it was a little trip, poor love. But he's on the mend now, so that is all good. Lots of love to everyone watching this morning. This hour is all about Modern Blooms, this fantastic new quilt design from Emma Bradford.
Yeah.
So, Emma.
Yeah?
This is glorious.
Thank you.
Striking, modern, curved piecing.
I know, I know. Well, so when I learned how to quilt, the lady who taught me how to quilt said, oh, don't do curves because they're too hard. So literally for 20 years, I never did any curves. But then when the first time I did it, I'm like, oh, what is all the fuss about?
Yeah.
But I know it can be quite a scary thing. But these are a very nice, large, gentle curve. Oh, you need those. Sorry.
It's all right.
Go for it.
Thank you. Just discreetly steal them. Yeah, yes.
And I think it's a nice, easy one to ease into. And I do, because this is essentially a drunkard's path block, but with a difference. So usually with a drunkard's path, you've got a little bit of a straight edge on the curve, but I wanted to just do from corner to corner.
Yes.
Because I really love how you get a nice spherical circle, a nice big one, and also the pointy curve as well for the leaves.
Well, you get those beautiful circles that are almost, it's almost like sort of dandelion clocks, aren't they? You know, and the beautiful, elegant leaves when it's done in green and yellow. But then you've got the colourway in the teal and navy and deep red, which has a completely different look to it, which is much more abstract and striking. And I can think of so many different ways I would want to quilt this. Maybe we can talk about quilting
and
a bit later on.
I want to have, I know I've done it with a sort of flowers, blooms, but I also want to have fun playing around with using that block, but how you can make a completely different design. So you'll have the templates inside your pattern, so you can really have fun with, if you don't want to do flowers, you could do something completely different as well.
For sure,
yeah,
for sure.
I like to make a quilt pattern where this is my serving suggestion, but really you can really run with it. Different fabrics in each corner. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Different
it's gorgeous.
placements, all sorts.
Love it. Love it. Let's start off with how you can get involved in this. Let's start with the pattern called Modern Blooms from the Swift Quilting Company. $9.99 for your instructions. Now let me show you. Now, you know, we have all been conditioned, I've done it myself, you know, to think, oh, quilt, you know, curves, but they're not. I think really what it comes down to is, I think perhaps we would all agree that curved piecing is probably best not your first ever introduction to patchwork, but there's no reason why it shouldn't be your second or third. You know, you've learned to sew straight lines. The natural progression is sew a gentle curving line, and the possibilities once you do that are incredible. You get all your instructions for how to piece this block, which is where it's at, how to put the quilt top together, your full-size templates, and just brilliant instructions. The whole quilt is 72 inches square. Your block size is 9 inches by 9 inches. I love the fact that the difficulty level is put down as confident beginner. It's that committed beginner again, isn't it? You know, you can do this. You got this.
Definitely, absolutely.
$9.99 for the pattern. Now, if you would like a kit to create the version that's hanging behind Emma, absolutely beautiful, summery, and also beautifully modern. Here's the kit. The price is amazing. The price is amazing. This is for a 72-inch square quilt. You've got your background fabric. You're getting 9 meters of fabric in total. You've got your background fabric, which is this gorgeous, really soft, creamy cream, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got this soft, buttery, buttercup, no, it's kind of soft buttery yellow. You've got buttercup. You've got this lovely, the only patterned fabric, but that is beautiful. This little dot, that is really lovely in a soft yellow. And then you've got that vibrant chartreuse green. That is a gorgeous palette. And then you've also got your pattern. So everything to make a 72-inch square quilt. And that includes the binding? Or do we need extra for the binding?
So the soft yellow is for the binding.
Soft yellow is the binding?
Although I have made it so the fabric that you get is quite generous. So if you do make a mistake making the templates, you've got plenty extra, so don't worry, you're not going to run out. But you can also mix and match where you put your binding and your fabrics as well. So again, serving suggestion. But
that's all it is.
Put them where you'd like.
I love that. I love that. So that's our Swift Quilting Modern Blooms yellow quilt kit. Right, next option. I can give you that back because I've got some instructions there. Apologies.
That's okay.
Shall we do the one that behind?
Teal.
Yeah, the teals. So this is the one that's really shown on the front cover, which is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And perhaps this is for somebody who kind of says, I don't want to quilt, I don't like quilts, They're a bit old-fashioned, aren't they? They're a bit, you know, on Grandma's bed. There's nothing wrong with Grandma's bed, but some people say that, don't they? It's a bit old-fashioned. This is as far away.
It's a more sophisticated quilt. Yeah.
Yeah. This is an interior piece, isn't it?
Yes.
This could be wall art. This certainly is going to delight somebody who likes something that's very modern. You've got your white background. You've got your teal for your blooms, the majority of your blooms. You've got your deep red. That is a glorious colour. You've got your deep navy blue, which you're going to use for your leaves. And then you have got this gorgeous sort of purpley claret colour for your binding. And then you've also got, that might be my favourite colourway. I rather love that.
Yeah, it is nice.
Rather love that. And actually, Ben's just whispered in my ear that Habitat are going to be featuring these colours to celebrate their birthday.
Oh.
Very on trend.
Nice.
Very on trend. How did you know that? Oh, you see. Oh, insider. Insider scoop. I love it. Okay, and then our third colourway. So that one is called blue. That one's called blue. And then our last version is pink. So this is a version in the pink. So what you've got here, you've got your instructions. You've got your light pink, soft pink background. You've got your deep royal purple. Is this for the leaves? This is
I'm
the
not
larger
sure, because
amount.
that's the first time I've seen this colourway, although I absolutely love it. Oh,
I reckon this is leaves. This is most
blooms.
of the circles.
Yeah.
This is one circle, and then this is binding.
Oh, that is stunning as
Beautiful. That's a beautiful combination.
Yeah, and this is the first time it's ever been shown, so it's actually its debut today. So it's the first time we've done this pattern.
Well, fortunately, I've got a bottle of Prosecco and 2 Sewing Street mugs hidden under the table.
Oh, lovely,
so,
perfect.
Hey,
celebrate.
We'll wet the baby's head later.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pop that over there. Absolutely beautiful. Love those colourways. Let's leap in to demo. Emma, takes away.
So start off. So your first thing you have to start with is making your templates. It's all done with templates. Show in the back, and you're going to need template plastic for that.
Okay.
Now I've got 2 sheets, which it comes in a pack. But you do need both sheets because one sheet is not going to be quite big enough for one template.
Yeah.
So I've got my tape. Clear tape if you've got it. We've got masking tape, which works also.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Scotch tape.
Oh yes,
Or washi tape? Could you use washi tape?
You could washi tape, any kind of tape, duct tape, whichever.
Yeah.
Just be aware that obviously this masking tape, I'm not going to be able to see through it.
Right.
So.
But you can draw over it, can't you, when you're drawing out your template? Now, if we didn't want to use template plastic, could we use freezer paper?
It does need to be something rigid. You could use cardboard. Cereal box cardboard.
Oh, I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, that's how I started using that.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Still use it a lot. I love it when I teach workshops and I ask people to bring in some cereal box.
Oh yeah, and they're like, what the?
Because then I get to nosy and see what people eat for breakfast.
Yes.
One lady once brought in cardboard and I looked at it and it was dog biscuits.
Oh,
I was like, oh, that explains the shiny hair.
I hate to admit it, but I also beer boxes.
I beg your pardon.
Beer boxes
Emma
make very
Bradford.
good.
Girl. Yeah, beer boxes.
Yeah, when you get 12-pack or whatever it is.
Right.
The cardboard on that works quite well as well.
I don't.
I hear.
I don't drink beer. Never bought it. Actually, I do. I love IPA and real ale. Oh, yummy.
I like beer in the summertime. You can't beat a nice cold beer on a hot sunny day. Other beverages, of course, are available. So I've got my Sharpie pen.
Okay.
Which I find quite useful for this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to line up the corner of my template plastic with the corner of my template just to maximise the usage.
And it saves you drawing two lines.
It does.
Use the edge of your template plastic, why not?
Yeah.
Will you do the same on the other side?
Indeed.
Yeah. So if you didn't have template plastic, you could use freezer paper to cut out the first paper so you can trace through it.
Yes.
And then you could iron that to cereal box and then cut the cereal box out. Because obviously you can't trace through cereal box.
No.
And you don't want to cut up your lovely pattern.
No.
Keep the pattern intact.
Keep the pattern intact.
So you've got shape A and shape B.
Yes, and they both, you have to do, include the seam allowance. Both are marked.
Yep.
The sew line and the seam allowance. But because the seam allowance is included in the template, it means that you can nest them quite nicely.
Right.
And get them quite close to each other because you don't have to worry about leaving any seam allowance around the edge.
And if you've never done curved piecing before, you've tuned into the right show.
Oh yes.
Emma's a brilliant quilter. She's going to show us how easy it is to get beautiful curved piecing, and it's not hard if you pick the right pattern.
Oh, that's one thing. Before you cut them, do make sure that your bit is actually stuck to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got your tape in the right places.
Yes, because I almost didn't. Go.
Cool.
And I think it's a good start to the new year. I mean, if you didn't want to do a resolution, this could be a good maybe pushing your comfort zone.
Right, get out your comfort zone.
Yeah, so
that's
pushing
a good
your limits.
New Year resolution.
Yeah, something new.
Push the boundaries.
Yeah.
Think outside the box.
Exactly.
Nice, I like it. Oh yeah, I can get involved in that. I like that. Because we get into a rut.
We do, and I think sometimes we avoid doing things because they're scary.
Yeah.
And I say, be scared, but do it anyway.
For sure, for sure. Feel the fear.
Yep.
Do it. I think that's a really good point. It makes you feel alive, doesn't it? And also makes you feel like you've really achieved something. But we all get into that rut.
It is.
You know, if it ain't a strip, a square, or a half square triangle,
yes.
Count me out. But actually, start to add in these, you know, a few templates and you can make some amazing quilts.
Yes, and like I said, I'm going to play around with this one and see what other designs I can make, overall designs.
Oh, yes, please. Yes, please.
One thing about getting out of your comfort zone, I'll go back to that. So that's partially one of the reasons I started riding my motorbike or learnt to ride, is because I was absolutely petrified to begin with. It took me a while, but I was determined. Yeah. Determined to do it, but the sense of accomplishment you get when you do overcome that fear and you get it is, yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Charlie was the same some years ago. He learned to ride horses.
Oh.
Yeah. And it was something, I mean, he grew up on a farm and they did have a horse, but more of a pet horse than a horse to ride, you know.
Okay.
But he wasn't afraid of riding at all, but it was something he'd kind of consciously avoided. And because I ride, I think, and we were in Australia, and I went riding in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales.
Beautiful.
And Charlie wasn't able to join me because you had to be kind of intermediate level rider.
Oh, okay.
And I know he was really disappointed. And when we got back, he said, I'm going to learn to ride. And he got such a sense of achievement out of it, you know. The only thing is they always put him on the absolute cart horse because he's 6'2".
Oh,
so he gets like the equivalent of a Shire horse to ride.
Wow.
Every time. Oh, John Scott's in Waitrose.
Oh.
Hello, John Scott. How does he know we're talking about him? Are we being shown in Waitrose? Say, yeah.
There we go. So that's your extra that you get. You can actually take that tape off and use that for something else. But those are your templates, and you can just mark them A and B, although it is quite obvious in the pattern. Convex,
so you don't
concave.
need to mark the seam allowance on your template?
No, it's all included.
It's all included. 1/4 of an inch?
Yep,
yeah.
1/4 of an inch.
Awesome.
So, what have I got? I've got some convex teal already marked, so let me do a concave. And there's 2 ways you can do this now. So I would recommend if you're a little bit unsure, do it this way, which is the marking out with a pen. So I've got a friction pen, or whichever type of marker you prefer. You can do it on a piece of sandpaper as well. But I'm literally just going to draw around my template.
So you just mark all the way around the outside with your friction pen?
Yep.
Then don't iron your fabric.
Do not iron it. Don't do it, Emma.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That's my trick. No, you cut it out. Once you've cut it out, you're fine. And it doesn't matter really, well, it doesn't matter what you mark it with, because that is going to be your cut line.
Right.
You won't see it.
So you could use like a retractable pencil, propeller pencil?
Yeah, use a pencil. If you're really pushed, and I have done this in the past.
Lipstick?
Biro.
A biro? Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Sometimes you have to use what you've got.
Yeah.
So I used my non-fabric scissors for my template, but now I'm using my fabric scissors.
Yes.
Just cut this out.
Karen K. Buckley, can't go wrong.
So you can cut that out.
Yeah.
If you're confident, freewheeling a rotary cutter, you can do that.
I'm looking away. I'm looking away. Is everyone holding their breath? I hope you've got your finger poised over that cheer button. Yeah.
I have to admit, when I don't know in the first series of the sewing bee if anybody used rotary cutters to cut their fabric out. I think it might have been from the second one on. I remember when I first saw that, I'm like, oh,
we were old school. We were old school, and we never sewed over pin. She's done it.
I've done it. But yeah, I tried it, and it worked really well, especially for jersey, because you know how jersey it stretches.
Oh
yeah.
There's times when rotary cutting's a really good idea.
And then for this bit, because it is on the straight, you can actually just use your ruler.
And keep in mind as well at home that yes, you're drawing around a template, cutting around a more complex shape, and this is all taking time. However, your 9-inch block is 2 pieces of fabric. That is your one curved seam. That is your block made.
Yep.
So you're putting your time in. You always put your time in somewhere.
Yes.
And in this case, it's the cutting out, the preparing, the making sure that curved seam is beautiful. But that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can also, if you're feeling confident, use your template and your rotary cutter. But you've got to be careful not to cut into your template. So you can use that.
It's not like a thick ruler, is it?
And I do have a, if I turned it on, there we go. There we go. Rotary, so that helps as well.
Yeah, rotating cutting mat is ideal with templates, isn't it?
Yes, so if you want to use your rotary cutter and your template together, you can do that as well.
Awesome.
So that is that.
Yep.
And then it tells you how many of these shapes you need, what colour, and then to the next part, which is
you get like a little chart, don't you, with how many. I'll just show you down here. So you've got like a little chart here that says shape and fabric, number required. So you literally can just go through and tick them off. I think that's super. That's a really nice thing to add. It's a lovely little extra. And a top tip. To add more pinpoints, fold the shape again between the centre and end points to find the quarter point. Lovely little top tip there.
Yeah. And actually, I thought I had, I have some pins here so I can show you. I left my pins outside. So to line up your bits, so you will see, and your templates, you can see it on your templates as well. Your templates won't nestle into each other as they are, because obviously the seam allowance is included.
Yes.
So to line these up, what I do, fold that in half and find the centre, put a little press point in the centre there. Do the same for here. Again, just be careful not to pull because that cut side is all on the bias. There we go. Let's put a little centre press there. So then you can match up where the centre is. Put a pin, just like that. And then I'm going to line this up here.
And at first, this feels so freaky.
Yes,
doesn't
because
it?
how is that ever going to match?
I know.
But
you
it
think,
does.
oh no, why have I started this? It's not, it's easy.
It does, it will. I promise.
The best thing someone ever showed me actually at Festival of Quilts was they got two different shapes cut out and they said, look, they don't match up, and then just slid one over the other and showed how as soon as you've got your seam allowances taken out, everything lines up. And it was such a, oh yeah, I get it now. Sometimes you just got to do it, haven't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes you just got to do it. May 2023, the EU say, do you know what? I'm going to stop avoiding these amazing techniques and these methods that are going to add so much to what I do. I spent 20 years saying, oh, if it needs a template, I'm not making it. Oh, I missed out on so many fabulous quilts by saying that. And as soon as I start, it's like, oh, well, that's easy enough, isn't it? What's the big deal? Because actually, so often, you don't even need to cut many of them out.
No.
You know?
So now I've got my first bit sewn on. I've taken my pin out. Because the pin is just there really to just keep everything in place till you get started.
Right.
And then it's just a case of marrying up your raw edges. And just taking it easy. And
so 1/4 inch seam allowance.
1/4 inch seam allowance.
And you've got the, if you like, the background fabric, the white on top. I've always
sewn them with the concave section on top.
The bit that goes in.
Yes. And then so the larger one on the bottom, the skinnier one on the top. I've always sewn them that way. That's just the way that I've done it.
The 1/4 of the pie on the plate and the bit on top.
Yes. But do it both ways. See which way, if you want to, which way you like best. But this is the way I found it works really well. And it's just a case of just taking it easy. Don't stretch anything. Just literally just lay them on top of each other. And I leave my pins in till the very last moment. So literally, I will ease my pin underneath my presser foot and watch it till literally my needle is just before my pin.
Right, so it doesn't push the fabric along.
So it just keeps it all nice and neat. There we go. Take that out.
Once you get into this, it's so addictive and it's fab. I remember a couple of months ago, I did a show with Sarah Davis, our lovely Sarah Davis from Crafter's Companion, and she'd cut out some curved piecing using the Gemini. And I was really looking forward to, you know, seeing Sarah do some sewing. And she'd cut these pieces out and she just handed them to me and said, oh, you could sew those for me, couldn't you? But once you've done it, it's easy. It's no problem. It went together lovely. It was no bother at all. And just sewed them together. So I said to her afterwards, next time, Sarah, you sew the curves.
Yes.
Do you want me to press that?
Yeah.
So how do you like it?
Well, the way that I found this works really well is wool pressing mat, definitely. And then so I just ease the middle, press the middle over first, and then go to each edge, press that over, and then go the rest.
Yeah, perfect, awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm such a fan as well of just running my nail along the curve, and it just pushes. Look at that. And that was with 3 pins.
3 pins.
I'm going to move this over so you can see. Look, that was 3 pins, live on air, easy peasy. So if you're at home thinking, I don't know if I could do that, yes you can. Yes you can. Remember, this was that crease to mark the center point here, so that isn't a tuck. If you can see a little crease there, that's the crease. So there we go. That is smashing. Easy as that.
Yeah, just like that. And that is the only block that you have to do.
Block done.
Block done. The only thing that changes is which colour is which way.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So sometimes we use the background fabric here.
Yes, and then a navy.
The darker out.
Yeah. The navy is the only one. All of your centre, your blooms will be convex, but some of your leaves, will be concave. But yeah, that is it. And it's just, I think it's a good mindful, because you really just have to be just slow and gentle.
Yeah.
Most machines nowadays have a speed. So if you just turn that down a little bit to get started, slow and steady. Ease you around. If you don't have that, what you can do is find on your pedal the sort of speed that you want, and then you just put something under your pedal, so it doesn't go any further than that. A rubber or something to push it up against.
And then when you come to actually sew the blocks together, are there any techniques? Because I noticed on the quilt itself, you go right up to like a really fine, sharp point. Is there a trick to that, or
no? It will just happen, to be honest with you, because that is in your 1/4 inch seam allowance you get at each end. It just happens. When you put them together, it will just happen. So you automatically get that. And then the only other thing is it's all in the instructions, but then you've got your normal block layout. So if you think of each one of these pieces as one block, you've got your layout of which way they go. You do have some plain squares to put in as well, so not even the whole quilt is pieced. You've got some squares that
I see,
go
like
in
up here.
So that's a bonus. You don't have to piece anything there. It's just a square that goes in.
And here as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, but I think, like I said, also you can have so much fun with this. So if you could do blooms with different colours if you wanted, and if you look at any sort of drunkard's pattern, there's so many variations of twisting and different colourways that you've got the templates. Just go for it. Have fun.
Absolutely, absolutely fabulous. Thank you. That looked really easy to me. What do you think? Let's recap what we have. If you want to get the pattern on its own, we'll put the details on the screen. It's $9.99. It's a brand new pattern from Emma Bradford, the Swift Quilting Company. Love that name.
Thanks.
Gorgeous. For modern blooms. And you've got the full pattern in here. You've got all of your fabric requirements. You've got your cutting table. You have got your piecing diagrams and your photographs. You've even got a table down here showing you how many of each you should end up with. So once you've made all of your blocks, you can just check them off and make sure that you've got the right number and then put them together. Now, this finished quilt is 72 inches square. Which is a fantastic size for topping a double or a queen bed. Also a great one for putting on the wall as a wall quilt. Now, we also have kits that you can use to create. Now, in the lead at the moment is the yellow colourway, so we'll start with that one first of all. So in total, you're getting 9 meters of fabric. You've got all your background fabric. okay, which in this case is this lovely, warm, sort of buttery cream. That's your background. You've got your really soft primrose, which is your binding. You've got buttercup for the majority of your blooms. You've also got this gorgeous little dot patterned fabric in yellow for your single bloom, contrast bloom. And then you've got your chartreuse green for all of your leaves. Okay, so that's been the most popular option so far, although still 20 minutes to go, so we will see. Then next we've got the teal, the blue. Okay, this is biting at the heels of yellow. You've got your lovely crisp white background. You've got teal for the leaves. You've got a deep wine red for your single bloom. Oh, sorry, you've got your teal is for your majority of your blooms, not your leaves. That's the majority of your blooms. You've got your single bloom in red. You've got your blue, navy blue leaves, and then you have got your, it's kind of a puce, isn't it, for your binding. Plus, of course, with each of your kits, you get the pattern for £64.99. That's 9 meters of fabric plus a pattern for less than £65. That's fabulous. Fabulous value. And then we've got the pink version, which is really pretty. You've got that soft pink background. You've got the deep royal purple, which you're going to use for the majority of your, for your leaves. You've got the majority of your blooms in pink. You've got one in this textured pink. And then you've got the lilac for your binding, plus your pattern. Fantastic. Now then, we've got a couple of other bits and pieces on the table. The pins that Emma was using, I think good pins are really key, aren't they, to curved piecing. Now, the ones that you were using are magic pins from Taylor Seville. And these are a real favourite here at Sewing Street. They are definitely a premium brand.
Those are nice. Those are really nice.
Yeah. They're a premium price. I won't make any bones about it. But if I was to, you know, give good advice about quilting, one of them would be really good quality needles and pins. Really good quality needles and pins. Look after them. They're an investment. When people, they've sold out. When people talk about pin money, you know, it doesn't. Now it means, you know, a little bit of money, you know, nothing consequential. But it used to be, you know, pins were individually made by hand, weren't they? Here in Redditch, where we filmed Sewing Street.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
That was the local industry.
Oh wow.
Was needle and pin making, and still is. Very significant industry.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Forge Needle Museum. If you're ever in the Redditch area, visit the Forge Needle Museum. A friend of mine volunteers there.
Okay.
It is fab.
Oh,
you should go sometime after you've finished. Yeah.
I should.
Yeah.
We did the motorbike museum one day. Actually,
I bet you did. I bet you did.
But no, that would be a really good one to do as well.
It's cool. Really cool. We've also got, now we had the larger wool pressing mat in the last hour. This is a smaller version. This is a 12-inch square pressing mat. This is absolutely ideal for working on projects like this. This is your wool pressing mat. Really nice and firm. It's going to create a lovely crisp finish to your blocks.
I love a wool mat.
What do you love about them, Emma?
I love how it just makes, if you're doing a pieced block, it just makes your block lay flatter.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. And it's one for that. Two, I've also got the 12.5-inch square. And it's so handy to have next to my sewing machine. So especially when you're piecing a complex block, you can just do a little bit at a time, and just you don't have to keep getting up and down.
Yeah.
So you can just do it right there.
Yeah.
Cats love it.
Yeah. Good.
Have to shoo the cats off
occasionally.
Yeah,
they want to lie on the top because it holds the heat.
Holds the heat.
But also that reflects back up, doesn't it, while you're pressing. So the underside, if you're pressing 2 layers, like your folded fabric, you get a nice even press on both sides.
Yeah. So it is a nice one.
They are fab. So that's a good option as well. And of course you did see Emma using friction pens as well. We've got a bundle of 3 friction pens. You get a blue, a black and a red. Heat erasable, £11.97 for those. So absolutely ideal for marking round templates for cutting out. Fab. All right. Emma, how are you getting on?
I'm good. I'm just going to cut another piece of white because I wanted to show, if you wanted to do more pins than just 3, how to get the quarter.
Yes, some people do like a little bit more security, don't they? And lots of pins.
Yes. So if you want to do that, I'll show you an easy way to find all of those pinpoints.
Thank you. Oh, if I got more, I've got more pressing to do, Emma.
Oh yes,
you should have said.
Yeah, I managed to get another one pieced.
Fab. It's a quick one. It's a quick one.
It is.
To say you're learning a new skill and you're creating something that's really exciting and different. I want to talk as well, Emma, when you've done that, about different ways to quilt, because I know you and I are both long arm quilters. And we'll talk about that, but also some other ways that you can quilt, because like a lot of modern quilts, this one has lots of open space in the background and large motifs, which I know if you're perhaps not a confident quilter can sometimes be a bit intimidating.
Yes.
You know, we like the security of all that piecing in the traditional blocks because we can outline or ditch quilt and we've got all our quilting done. Whereas this, it's like, okay,
what do you do there?
What do I do here? But we can talk about that, right?
Yeah.
Great.
So the pattern I've used on here, the whole quilt itself kind of gave me a bit of a retro feel. So that's why I tried to keep it sort of clean lines and a bit more retro. But you could just do, actually the next one I was going to quilt, I was just going to do undulating lines.
Is this free machine or is this computerized?
It's computerized.
Okay. Yeah. Gorgeous. Love it.
So you could do, I think keeping some wavy movement.
So if you didn't, if you were working like with let's say you were working with a walking foot, domestic sewing machine, what might you do here?
What might I do? So I would, let's see, if you still wanted to sort of do outlining, you could very much do a sort of beginning in the middle and sort of swirling around.
Nice, and
then sort of keeping the same sort of echo quilting almost, the same thing.
Like it.
You could still just do straight lines. Diagonal lines are very good, or even straight across. That's a very modern, and it's when you do that, especially if they're only sort of half an inch apart. It's a very sort of fades into the background, and it lets all your piecing
kind of matchstick quilting.
Yes,
absolutely. I like that, and I might as well. You could do, I think probably either horizontal or vertical matchstick quilting would be really nice. You could do an overall crosshatch.
Oh yes,
that would also look really good. You could do a really traditional, long armers did not invent the edge-to-edge design.
No.
A lot of vintage, really old,
like a
log cabin quilt. Baptist fan, awesome.
Nice,
but I'm thinking hanging diamonds. So hanging diamonds, what you do there is you do 45-degree lines, perhaps every 2 inches apart. Mark them using masking tape. Okay, across your quilt those first, so you're going from one side of the quilt to the other with a walking foot. You do not have to turn in the middle of the row or anything like that. You're just going from one side to the other. Easy to do with a walking foot. Once you've done those lines, you're then going to mark straight lines going across. Perhaps every 2 to 4 inches apart, so you end up with these almost parallelogram shapes on, and you quilt that. Easy, fast, completely achievable, and even though it was done like in the 1890s, it looks so modern.
It is modern and
sharp.
I think a lot of people are surprised at how modern some of the vintage quilts actually look.
Seriously. And when you mentioned Baptist fan, I use that could go on any quilt. Any quilt. Really nice to hand quilt too. Diane's got in touch to say, I'm Redditch born and bred. Oh. And I am of an age when I remember all the needle industries in Redditch when I was a child. My dad was a surgical needle polisher, all done by hand.
Yeah,
this is why needles and pins used to be really expensive. We should never balk at paying good money for good pins and needles. They are worth the money. The Needle Museum at Bawdsley is fantastic, and you can also walk around Bawdsley Abbey ruins, which is next door. Diane, thank you so much for getting
that'd be
in touch.
good for Mikey.
Do it.
Yeah, he likes a ruin.
Yeah. Me too.
Nice. Perfect. So if you wanted to do sew it but have more pinpoints, I've done the same thing. I've creased the middle, and then all you do is then take your end and match that up to the middle. So line up your end piece with the very middle, and then put a press point in the quarter, same on the other side, and repeat that on the other bit. So there we go. And actually I like this technique for not just curves, but for anything that you want to find the center point for, or
adding borders on a quilt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or like those triangles we had earlier with the William Morris
triangles.
Yep. So I've got 1, 2, 3 points in the middle.
Plus your ends, of course, so that's 5 match points, which is plenty.
Oh yeah.
Is plenty. You did a perfect curve with 3 match points.
Pins. There we go.
Do you want magic pins? Do you want all magic pins?
I can,
get you magic pins.
Yes, please.
Treat yourself.
Nice.
There's nothing nicer though than using quality tools, is there?
There isn't, and
for
these are lovely
enhancing
and
your experience.
Yeah, these are lovely and thin as well, which I really like, and a little bit longer than.
Yeah.
And easy to grab.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that little grip at the end is superb, isn't it? Oh, I know. You know, this is something you could all do. We could all do. Check your pins out. Have a look at them. If they feel like javelins, if you feel like you could, you know, do something, ditch them. Yeah. You want nice fine pins. They are worth their weight in gold, I think.
It just makes it a lot easier. So if you are struggling with quilting, just having some nice tools, it does make it a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah.
And enjoyable.
Yeah. Totally agree. Totally agree. The yellow and the blue.
Oh.
The yellow and the blue had a race. All the blue wanted to do was stuff his face.
That's dating us, I think.
It really is. It really is. Charlie and I still sing it when we're on the motorway. If we see a red car and a blue car, that's it. We're off. The yellow and the blue are neck and neck. Are you team blue? Or are you team yellow? Or are you team pink? So we're not really doing resolutions then?
No, I think this year, I did one for last year. I think I told you that.
Yeah.
Oh no, I guess it's just more of the same, sort of paring down, simplifying.
Tidy your sewing room, Emma.
Tidy my sewing room.
Don't do it. You'll never be able to find anything. But think of all that fabric you forgot you bought that you'll find.
Yes.
There is that. And what about NYE? Do you like to do anything special or?
Sleep.
Yeah, early night.
Yeah.
Do you see the new year in, or do you just like, it could be New Year in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, we may still see the New Year in because a lot of our neighbours like to do fireworks.
Okay.
So we get woken up by the fireworks.
Very good, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. Sounds good. I might do a bit of sewing this afternoon.
Oh, you can't go wrong with that.
I'm working on a Christmas quilt.
Well, you're either very late or very early.
I'm very early. I'm very early. Yeah. No, I probably won't actually. I'll drive home and then I've got my lasagna and salad and chips from Charlie. Yummy mia. Yumma mia. I've got that. And then we are going to Friends tonight for drinks and nibbles, and then we are doing an online escape room.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Well, I like the security of knowing I'm not actually locked in a room, so if there's any point where I get a bit bored, I can just sit on the sofa and have a drink of Prosecco. So I quite like the sound of that. But yeah, that should be good fun. And then, yeah, probably as close to midnight as possible, I should be tucked up in bed. snoring like a train. Whereas Becky, our multi-skilled operator, will be partying the night away.
Nice.
She's already started, to be fair.
You can do it for us. We'll live vicariously
back in tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Back in tomorrow.
That's brave.
Oh, yeah. She's young, Emma.
That's true. This is
They bounce back quicker. Oh, I remember the day. Oh, it's so beautiful. Piece, perfect piecing.
And I have to say, if I can do it, anybody can do it.
Oh, stop. Okay, right. So that was with more pinpoints. And in fairness, it looks exactly the same as the one with 3 pinpoints.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
It's just a matter of comfort. If you feel more comfortable pinning more, then that's the way to go. But
yeah, do it.
Yeah.
I know people that don't pin at all, ever. Anything. You. I love it. I love it. Now, Melanie's got in touch to say, hi, Stuart and Emma, great show.
Hi.
Can I ask if a beginner can do this quilt, please? Melanie, I think you know the answer you're going to get. Emma?
oh yeah, I definitely say absolutely. Yeah, because like I said, I was put off curves for 20 years, but then I actually did them, and then I realised it's actually not that bad.
Yeah, you
It's
didn't
not
need
bad
20
at all.
years experience to do that, did you?
No, not at all. No.
It's a 9-inch finished block with 1 seam.
Yeah.
It's a curved seam, but
Yeah.
it's 1 seam. Take your time, practice.
Yeah, bit of breast press if you've got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use some of your stash first. Make a couple of blocks, practice the technique. Be confident, launch in, have fun.
Yeah, and there, like I said, I've measured up, well, I've recommended the amount of fabric, so you've got extra.
Yeah.
So you can do a couple of practice blocks beforehand and get the hang of it without worrying about not having enough fabric to finish a quilt.
Fab.
So yeah.
Fab. Another way I was just going to say about quilting this, if you like your free motion quilting,
Ooh.
I was thinking that you could, I quite like sort of rippling back and forth.
Oh, that would
With
be
it,
nice.
and even, you know, this kind of more of a what I call a water meander would be really nice. Actually, a water meander over the whole thing would be really nice. So just think about kind of this back on yourself out. So like vermicelli, but where that's quite rounded and like the ends of a dog bone.
Yes.
Your water meander is more linear, straight line, and then back on itself and out and back on itself. That would be nice all over.
Yeah.
And I was also thinking that this would be really nice if you quilted up, down, up, down, and then go across.
The other way.
Yeah.
That would be good. That would be good.
Now, if you've got the rulers that you can work with your machine, don't try this with a normal rotary cutter ruler.
No.
But you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
the Westerly rulers or Pars, things like
Cotton
that.
ruler.
You could do that and you wouldn't have to mark those lines. I mean, to some extent, I think I would free motion it and I'd just, you know, eyeball it
Yeah.
as well. You know, 'cause particularly if you do lots of lines, no one gets a ruler out and measures.
No.
No one checks.
No. No. It's all by sight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very, very popular, Emma.
Yay. Yay.
Well done if you've got yours. Loads of you have gone for the pattern. Loads of you have gone for the yellow. Loads of you have gone for the blue. And huzzah, loads of you have gone for the pink, actually.
I think the
that
pink
was
will be...
That was holding back.
I
But
think
it's
it'll be
romping.
gorgeous.
Blue's taking the lead. Blue's taking the lead.
Oh. It's ever sophisticated.
It is sophisticated, like your good self.
Thank you.
Emma, thank you so much for today.
Oh, no, thank you.
We love having you. Thank you for
Thanks.
2 very different quilts.
Yeah, yeah.
Glorious, great fun. Enjoy New Year's Eve.
Thank you, you too.
Enjoy that early night.
Yeah, I will, definitely.
And have a very happy and healthy New Year.
Thank you.
Lots
You
of
too.
love to you from us.
Bye-bye.
All right, Emma Bradford, everybody. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, it's our final hour and it's our final Best of 2022. Don't go anywhere. I will see you for the final hour of 2022. Here at least. See you after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So I particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello. It's our last hour of Sewing Street for this year. It is almost midnight. It's not. It's almost midnight. It's almost the end of 2022. Thank you for sharing this morning with me. This is our last hour, and it's a final roundup of the best of 2022. Now, I want to start with two sewing machines which have been massive hits this year with all of us here at Sewing Street. Great name of Brother. Now, I remember having a Brother electric typewriter. That was the first Brother thing I ever had, which was fab. And I also, my very first computerized sewing machine was a Brother, and a fabulous, fabulous brand, and one that we all know and I think we can all trust as well. They're a great brand, and they've been going for such a long time, have made something like 60 million sewing machines for the home sewing market alone. Really incredible. Now, I'm going to start by grabbing the embroidery machine from Brother, because I need to start. I wouldn't normally start with quantities, but we've literally got two of these machines left in the company, and that's it. We've got two available. So I'm saying that because this is a special edition with the Disney designs preloaded. You've got Winnie the Pooh, you've got Disney princesses, you have got cars, you've got Disney's Monsters Inc., you've got Finding Nemo, Toy Story, you've got a little bit of let it go, let it go. Frozen, thank you. Let it go, will you? Elsa. Okay, you've got loads of Disney designs. You've also got hundreds of additional designs, fonts, frames, florals, animals, absolutely loads preloaded on your embroidery machine. You've also got a USB port here, which means that you can download from thousands of free and occasionally paid for designs that you can buy on the internet. Okay, absolutely go online and put in Brother embroidery machine free downloads, free designs, and you literally download them onto a memory stick. You want to go for a low capacity memory stick, okay? Not huge memory sticks. Go for low memory and just put, you know, half a dozen files, designs onto each memory stick. Label your memory stick up with what's on them, and you get better use. That was a top tip from one of our guests recently, who uses machine embroidery an awful lot in her work. So your embroidery machine, this is an embroidery only machine, so you don't have a foot pedal with this. You have a start stop button over here. Oh no, sorry, over here, beg your pardon. Here's your start stop button. Okay, so literally when you drop your presser foot and you're good to go, this will be green, you press it and the machine will start sewing. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to press a foot pedal. You just press the button and away you go. You've also got here, you can drop your needle into your machine. You've also got your thread cutting function. Now, one of the questions I get asked a lot about machine embroidery machines is it difficult to wind a bobbin on them? Is it difficult to thread the needle? Is it different to a regular sewing machine? Here's the good news. It is exactly the same. So if you've threaded a domestic sewing machine, if you've wound a bobbin for a domestic sewing machine, you already know what you're doing. Look, I'll show you on the top. You've got exactly the same path. So if you've got a Brother FS 210, 130, 250, any of the Brother sewing machines, here's your bobbin winder. Easy peasy, and over this side here's your thread path for threading your machine. So everything's numbered, follow the numbers, it is easy. Here's your thread spool, just the same as on a regular sewing machine. All right, Bobbins are same size bobbins as go in your embroidery and your sewing machines as well. Now this machine actually comes with some pre-loaded bobbins, and they're pre-loaded. If you've not done machine embroidery before, your bobbin thread needs to be what we call a bobbin fill thread. So it's much finer than a regular bobbin thread, and typically it's white. And you use that same bobbin fill regardless of the colour of the thread on top. The fact that it's a bit finer than your top thread will mean, and the tension will mean that your top thread is very slightly drawn down under on the back side of the fabric. So you will not see any of your bobbin thread on the top. With regular sewing, if you imagine here's the top thread, here's the bobbin thread, and you actually want them to lock together literally at the point where the fabric's the top of the fabric. So the two threads lock together there. On machine embroidery, they will lock together just below the surface of the thread. So it really doesn't matter what colour that bobbin thread is. So you use bobbin fill throughout. Your top threads will change. Your instruction manual or your downloads tell you the number of the different colours of thread. But of course you can vary that if you want to on lots of designs to customise them and make them your own. On your Disney designs, use the right colours, because it would just be weird to see Mickey Mouse in different coloured clothes, wouldn't it? I think. Or if Minnie didn't have a red bow on her head. Anyway, you've got your hoop that comes with your machine embroidery. So it's a 4-inch hoop, or a 4-inch space, 10 centimetre space. So when you're downloading designs, make sure that that's compatible. And in a way, this is very, very similar. If you've done hand embroidery, it's got a little screw here. So you loosen that and then pop out one part. This looks just like an embroidery hoop, doesn't it, that you do hand embroidery with. You hoop your fabric and usually a stabilizer. So a stabilizer stops the fabric distorting as the embroidery is going on. You need to use the right kind of stabilizer for the fabric that you are using. Have a look on the website for stabilizers. Once you've got that all hooped up, literally all you're going to do is slide that into place under and then push it, into place. That's now hooped into place, and you can click go and away you go. It's as simple as that. Really easy. Okay, I'll pop that to one side. Now the other thing that we've got, another of our hero products, is the Brother FS250, which is a hugely popular sewing machine, amazing value, single figures, with less than 10 of these machines. Now, on this machine, you've got 250 stitches. They are all here on these little flip charts down here. Okay, all your different stitches. You've also got 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation up here on the top, and you've got 3 different styles. You've got a solid capital, cursive capital, and outline capital. Okay, you can do up to 50 different characters, including spaces, and you can program them into the memory. So if you wanted to make something like a quilt label or something like name tapes for clothes, you can do that, and literally it will sew the full repeat and then stop, and then all you've got to do is take your foot off the pedal or stop the machine, and then start again, or put your foot back down on the pedal, and it will repeat the sequence. So you could put Stuart Hillard space, Stuart Hillard space, and so on if you wanted to. Now these are selling fast. These are selling fast. Well done to everyone who's just checked out. A few of you have just checked out your baskets with your FS250. Well done. Now that's the machine, but you're also getting, you can use it with or without a foot pedal. You've got an extension table included. So here's your free arm. You've got your accessory box on the front. Most of your tools and feet are going to go in there. Automatic buttonhole foot, automatic button sewing foot, blind hemming, rolled hem, gathering, bias binding foot, all included. Round the back, there's your feed dog button. So at the moment the feed dogs are engaged because the button is pushed towards the teeth, up. If we push it the other way, now it's towards the teeth under the line, which means that the feed dogs are dropped. So you would do that for free motion quilting or kind of free motion applique or darning. When you go back and click it, the feed dogs don't pop up. You need to take your first stitch. You don't need to turn the balance wheel. Just when you take your first stitch, the feed dogs, the teeth will come back up. Okay, while we're here, I'll just pop the extension table on. So you've got 3 little legs that pop out. Each one of those can be adjusted individually so that if you're working on an uneven surface, you can kind of level it up. And there we go, that's your extension table installed. You've also got a hard cover that goes on your machine. So for storage, for transportation, that is an absolute boon. And that's so unusual these days to get a hard cover for a sewing machine. It's normally soft covers, even machines that are in the sort of £2,000–3,000 mark and more. They tend to have soft covers, but this one has a hard case, which is really, really cool. You also get loads of extra feet with this, including very importantly, things like blind hem foot, zipper foot, adjustable zipper foot. You get your buttonhole and button sewing foot. You get a gathering foot, a bias binding attacher, a straight stitch foot. Now you might want to include, get yourself a walking foot and a darning foot for your machine. They are not included in the price. You're talking around about £60 to buy the darning foot and walking foot. Have a look on the website. I don't know if we've got any of those available at the moment, but if not, you can have a look on the Brother site and you can get, you know, standard walking foot and darning foot for your machine. And then you've got the absolute complete package. All right, well done if you've managed to get that this morning. Georgina's messaged in while I was talking to say thank you for all your company this morning. It's our pleasure, Georgina. Thank you for yours. Can I wish all the team at Sewing Street a Happy New Year? You most certainly can, and thank you. Happy New Year to you, Georgina, as well. Happy and healthy New Year. All right, let's move down the counter and see what other heroes of the year we have. Now then, let's start with our rainbow bundle. Okay, now you know me, my favourite colour is without doubt rainbow because I can't decide, I won't decide what my favourite colour is because I love them all. I love them all. Now this is an absolute mega bundle. It was a manager's special. It appeals to me on every level. It really, really does. It's got 48 different fabrics in it. 48 different fabrics. So 1/2 metre of each fabric, which means you have got 24 metres of fabric in this bundle. This is what 24 metres of fabric looks like. Lovely. Get your comic boards. Get this all tidied up. Now look, let me start here. Let me show you. Look at all these beautiful purples and pinks and lilacs and reds. That is absolutely stunning. These are all your rose pinks, true red, rose. You've got that magenta and puce, rose, orange, claret, beautiful. You've got greens, lovely moss and Kelly green, lovely bright sharp apple there, sage, chartreuse, jade. These are my colour names, by the way, not the official colour names, but absolutely gorgeous, nice dark teal. You've got, of course, a bit of grey and black as well, really useful. You've got your kind of golden and brown shades. I do love gold. Beautiful bright buttercup, peach, tan, lovely warm golden brown there, beige. Ben, our producer, said, "Ooh, a nude rainbow." And then the beautiful blues, of course. Wonderful to have all of these colours in your stash, because then if you need a little something or a lot of something, you've got ½ metre of each, you can just dip straight into your stash and grab it. You could, of course, make all solid prints. Imagine Emma Bradford's Modern Blooms made all in rainbow solids. Jilly from Fife got in touch to say, "Hi Stuart, I'm new to Sewing Street. Welcome to the family. You can never leave now. And I've treated myself to the Brothers Sewing Machine. Wow, well done. Look forward to playing with it next year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Happy Hogmanay. You will love it. It's a great machine. It's a great machine. It really is. So that's our rainbow bundle, and it is an absolute mega bundle of fabric. Just all, I know, I'd love that. Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, where should we go to next? Okay. Calico, that's right here. It's a hero product. This hour is all about hero products. They're not always exciting. They're not always as exciting as a 24-metre rainbow. But this is a hero product because it's £2.79 for ½ metre. It's quilter's quality pre-shrunk calico. Now you can use this for piecing as a background fabric, as a background for a pliqué. Particularly nice in country style quilts because it has those little kind of seeded natural imperfections in the background as well, which is charming and lovely. You can also use this very much for things like toiles. Now, we had a lovely email, a couple of emails yesterday from one of our viewers, I think in the Isle of Man, who was asking about getting better at dressmaking and what we recommended to get better at dressmaking. And we talked about, buying affordable fabric and practicing. This is great for that. It's almost 60 inches wide. It's about 58.5, almost 59 inches wide. So extra wide fabric for £2.79 metre. Now, if you were to get, say, 3 meters of this, you would have more than enough there to cut out and toile a whole, like a coat, 2 blouses, 2 skirts, plenty of fabric there, a dress. I mean, when you toile, you do not have to cut out and make everything, okay? Don't bother with things like collars, lapels, pockets, anything like that, unless you really want to check the fit. You only need to do 1 sleeve. You don't need to do buttons and buttonholes, obviously, things like that. You don't have to finish anything. Cuffs, again, don't worry about it. You just use doing the main pieces and, like I say, 1 sleeve just to check the length, things like that. Really useful fabric to have. Great for linings as well, or backings for things like if you quilt cushions or table runners and you want a nice affordable backing fabric for those. All right, leave that one. We've got some Delphine panels on the show. I'm going to grab some of those. Now, Battle of Britain, let's start there. Battle of Britain. So I've got 3 panels. No, I haven't. I've got 1, I've got 1 backing. I've got the samples. I thought they were, yeah. I'll show you these first of all. So these are a couple of samples that Delphine made. And I'm just going to twizzle that round using the panel. Never was so much owed by so many to so few. So this was using some of the squares from the panel. I'll show you the panel in a second. But I thought it'd be nice just to start with what you might make with it. These are gorgeous, and I love the fact that these are, you know, really different theme. These are appliqued aeroplanes on the background. You get all of these elements on your panel. Let me show you. So here's your panel. It's a big one. It's a big one. I might need... Oh, I can just about do it. I've just about got the reach. So at the top of the panel, you've got these 2.5-inch bands. You've got 5 of them that are like mini Union flags. Can you see? Yeah, look at those. Then the next part of your panel is all these different aircraft. Different sizes. So you can put Bondweb on the back, cut them out, and then use them to applique onto, look at this background. So you've got your sky there with some little aeroplanes as well in there for scale, and then you can add extra appliques. It's really fab, isn't it? Ever so clever, 19.99. Now Delphine's used all of those different elements in her samples. A little bit of machine embroidery as well, which if you've gone for the Brother embroidery machine, you can do. You could do actually the lettering that Delphine's done here. You could do that on your FS250, but it would be a little bit smaller than that. This has been done on a machine that has a wider sort of stitch capacity. Okay, let's do the fox panel. I think, is that ending 30? Right, okay, so this is Magical Mr. Fox. Yes, oh, this is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. I'll show you the finished sample in a second. So you get your big panel with your fox and that beautiful background. So you could literally just layer and quilt that, make it up as a cushion, as a little wall hanging. But then you've got all of these amazing coordinating squares that go with it, all different textures. And then you've also, all for $11.99, you've also got these floral elements right here. Now, that's your basic panel. This is what you could make with it. Isn't that incredible? So what Delphine's done here is use the base panel, added the floral appliques, added some little elements at the top as well that she's free cut from the squares, and then machine stitched all those beautiful details. If you look closely at the fox, you can see how she stitched back and forth, straight stitch, not free motion, I believe. I think that Delphine just likes to use a regular foot and stitches and turns the fabric, but you could free motion stitch that. That's $11.99 for that. What an amazing inspiration. And you've really got all the elements there. Bex has got in touch to say Happy New Year to all the team. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you too. We are literally, there are less than 12 hours left of 2022. Yeah, what a year. What a year. There's been a lot going on. Been a lot going on. You might be really glad to say goodbye to this year and look forward to a new year. Maybe this year has been an amazing, special year for you. I hope it has. I hope it has. But let's look forward anyway. Bright new year. Should we do the owl? So this is same principle, $14.99. You've got your winter solstice owl. Absolutely beautiful. We have one of these that lives in the barn at the farm. Charlie went up a ladder to rearrange some bales of hay or straw and it flew out. How he stayed on the ladder, I don't know. I know. Honestly, well, just the surprise. And then these are really special. Look at those. I'd like a whole panel just of those. They're incredible, absolutely beautiful. And then you've got all of your floral elements, which this time have a bit more of a sort of autumny or wintry feel to them. And I'll show you again what Delphine's done with them. So there's your owl, which has got that beautiful machine stitching texture. And then you've got your applique elements down the bottom. And then additional stitching throughout to create texture. Gorgeous, isn't it? Just for $14.99. Love it. Right then, I should pop that down. Now then, I don't have the finished sample for the next one. Do we have the pictures? Oh, lovely. There we go. Sewing bee tote bag. Now, there are only 7 of these. This is designed by me. This is an exclusive pattern. So, have we got both sides? Or just one side? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, so gorgeous over-the-shoulder tote bag. I loved designing and making this. Let me show you. So you've got your outer pockets, because I love an outer pocket on a bag. So on the one side, which you saw on the picture there, you've got this vintage sewing machine called the Sewing Bee. See what I did there? The Sewing Bee. And you've got some little bees, some patchwork shapes and daisies. You've got a lovely little honeycomb background. So this is your outer pocket on one side. And then on the other side of the bag, you've got a different image. So this is a sewing basket in the shape of a beehive. You've got your little beehive pin cushion and buzzy bees. You've got buttons and thread and scissors. And again, you've got that lovely honeycomb background. So there are the 2 pockets. This is about to sell out, by the way. Then, to put it on top, if you have a look back at the picture of the actual bag, you'll see that you've got that gorgeous golden yellow background. So here it is, printed on. So this is the outside of your bag. You've got this gorgeous golden honeycomb, which absolutely looks dripping in honey. Now then, on the outside of the bag, you've got gorgeous shoulder straps in mock patchwork. So you don't have to piece all these little hexagons together. It's all printed ready for you. Then, over this side, you've got your binding. This is to bind the outer pocket edges with. Really easy to do that. Got a bit of extra fabric up here just for fun, and here as well. And then down here, you've got an inside pocket, okay, to make up. You can have like a zip pocket or a little security pocket or even like a letterbox pocket inside. You've got some key fobs here if you want to make matching key fobs or a bag charm. And then you've also got your fob loops here. So you can make those and add them as a little extra. I think it's a fun extra. And then over here, you've got some additional loops, tabs for loops. Now these are if you want to add rectangular rings. You can put the shoulder strap directly into the bag, and that's what I did, but it's sold out now. But anyway, thank you to everyone who got their panel. Well done. Well done. Let's end the year on a high. What are you doing tonight? Are you having a party, a get together with friends or neighbours? Are you going to watch Big Ben strike 12? Are you going to have an early night? I saw a fabulous post earlier on Facebook of a lady sitting back in her chair, fast asleep with her mouth open, saying, "My plans for New Year." And I thought, oh yes, please. But I won't. I shall be locked in a room trying to get out. But that will be fun too. Have fun whatever you're doing, won't you? Now, let's do some Amber Makes. We've got some lovely projects from Amber Makes. Let me grab these. We've got a book cover, we've got a needle case collection, we've got a sewing case. Let's do the needle case. The needle case collection. Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. So this is to make the Busy Bees version. Yeah. So this is hand sewing needles, sewing machine needles. So 2 sewing machine, hand and machine needle cases. So you get the panel and you get the instructions for making it up for $14.99. Oh, these are lovely. Look at the designs on these. You've got the little bee, sewing machine needles. That's gorgeous. And then look, here we go. So these are for your machine sewing needles. So you've got leaves inside the book that you're going to pin your needles in. And then these are all marked: ballpoint, stretch, top stitch, embroidery, jeans, leather, universal specials, spares, quilting, sharps. And then over here, you've got all of your leaves for your hand sewing needles. So things like milliners, sharps, leather, darners, beading, embroidery, chenille and quilting, tapestry, spares. So really lovely. 2 very nice little projects there. And as I say, full instructions as well for making up your panel, all for $14.99. Get organised. Yeah, it's lovely. I really like that. Okay, that's from Amber Makes. I'm going to pop that over there. Now let's do the book cover. So cover your notebook in style. This padded cover will fit an A5 notebook and includes 3 pockets to keep your papers, pens and pencils safe, as well as optional handles for that perfect finishing touch, and all featuring beautiful sewing themed illustrations. So that is really lovely. And look, here we go. Here's your sewing themed book cover. So yeah, you can just go and get yourself like a cheapy A5 notebook. I actually bought like a leather bound A5 notebook for Charlie for Christmas, and it was quite expensive. It's lovely, but of course you can make them. So this is all sewing themed. Hillary's got in touch to say, I think I'll be asleep long before midnight, Stuart. I can't keep up the pace in my old age. Oh, Hillary, you tinky, you certainly can, but I don't blame you, yes. I think left to my own devices, I'd be tucked up in bed at 9 o'clock. With a warm milk and a hot water bottle, yes. But I won't be. I'll be locked in a room trying to get out. All right, this is really fun. I like this. Lots of different sewing themes here. These are really nice, aren't they? These are the book flaps, the front and back flap. Really nice. Love the colours as well. Really nice sort of vintagey colours. That is lovely, really lovely. And of course you also get your full instructions. Absolutely fab. Okay, enough of that. Shall we do the sewing case? The red work sewing case. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, I like this. I like this. So, okay, so look, you've got a sewing case here, zip topped with compartments, and you get pins, needles, and a measuring tape. All of these little bits of kit that go inside it. Gosh, that's a lot for $19.99. Plus your full instructions. Oh, let's have a look at the panel. Oh, I love this. Beautiful, beautiful. So you've got that red work theme with poppies and sewing themes, lovely bit of polka dot and buttons. This is really nice, isn't it? Little bit of stripe there. Oh, it's all very classy. Very, very nice. Look over here. You've got your stuff here to make your pin cushion here. And you've got your tape measure cover. You've got your little needle book here. And then you've got your dividers for inside your case. That is fabulous. Really cool for $19.99. That's a bargain. Again, nice days sewing to make all those different projects. Now, another real hero of 2022 has been the Deal Fairy, or Ben as we call him. Ben is such a little tinker. He's always doing great deals. Millwood scissors. So, do you lose your scissors? Do you put them down and then can't find them? Try a neon pair. See if you can lose them. Now, they should be £9.99. I'm not going to tell you what price we're going to because he wants to surprise me. I am shooketh. I am shooketh to the core. £2.99. That's amazing. Well done, Deal Fairy. I hope the Deal Fairy comes back in 2023. Yeah? The Deal Fairy went out and got us all lovely coffees this morning. That was very nice. Thank you, Deal Fairy. The Deal Fairy's also just reduced the price of these Millwood neon scissors to £2.99. Beautiful sharp points. Now, you could use these for things like if you're doing applique, EPP, for trimming your fabrics or for snipping into curves. Absolutely brilliant. Embroidery for cutting your threads. If you're a hand sewer as well, really useful. 4-inch in length. I think I'd have to make myself a little fob for these. Beautiful. £2.99 for those. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Yep. 4 inches. 4 inches. Okay. Can I pick something else now? Can I please pick polystyrene beads? These are a hero. These are a hero. These are a bit like the calico. They ain't pretty. They're not. They're not pretty. Not pretty. But I do want to put them into a basin and then pretend I'm making pastry and run my hands through them because they are rather lovely, aren't they? They are recycled polythene pellets. You get 1 kilogram of these. Now, if you were to multi-buy these, if you were to send these by weight, these would cost you an absolute fortune just for the postage. You could buy 50 bags of these and they'll still only cost you £3.95 to get them home. £3.95. You couldn't, yeah. You'd have to have your own van. Oh, please don't do that. You get them in the sack. But these are brilliant. Now, when do we use them? Well, if you're making things like door stops or those kind of dolls that sit on shelves and have a weighted bottom, I feel a bit like that sometimes, a weighted bottom, you'll use those. Usually just in the bottom, yeah, of the doorstop or the doll. You can also use them in things like the paws of teddy bears as well, just to make them a bit kind of squishy and heavy, which gives them real kind of feel appeal. They're £5.99 for a bag. I want to just mention David. David's got in touch to say, hello Stuart, loving the show. Thank you, David. May I ask if you might be getting the Disney embroidery machine next year, please? I'm saving up to purchase one. Happy New Year to you and all at Sewing Street. Happy New Year to you, David, as well, from all of us at Sewing Street. Now, I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer. We definitely will be doing more embroidery machines. That's a given, because embroidery machines are something we've only really just started doing here on Sewing Street and we're loving it. I know you're loving it as well, so we'll definitely be getting them. I hope that we can get the Disney one again, but it is a special edition. So I don't know if they keep producing them or whether we'll get a different special edition that might have different embroideries programmed on it, or different Disney or not Disney at all. So the honest answer is I don't know, but we will definitely have great deals on embroidery machines and sewing machines in 2023. Of that, you can be sure. You can be sure of that. I'm actually going to be playing with the embroidery machines at home over the next few weeks. Yeah, and getting to grips, because I feel like I really want to make friends with machine embroidery and use machine embroidery more in my work. So, yeah, David, great minds think alike. Okay, right. Hope that's helped. Now, Tula Pink, yes, Tula Pink, Sunshine Daydream Kit. Now, this is a very, very special quilt kit. It's from Tula Pink. You have got all the fabrics in there to create this quilt. It is absolutely stunning. This isn't a first quilt. I said earlier on with Emma, when Emma Bradford was here, there are some quilts I would say this definitely is more of an intermediate quilt. This is definitely an intermediate quilt. Okay, this is more challenging. Foundation paper piecing to quite an extent. Okay, but not exclusively. Curved piecing, but again, you know, quite approachable. So this isn't an advanced quilt. This is intermediate level, but you need some experience before you start making this. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're a beginner now, you shouldn't be thinking ahead, because who knows where you'll be. I've got a lovely friend in Florida who started quilting a year ago, maybe 18 months. I mean, I could see right from the get-go that he was very talented, because the very first thing he made was fabulous and he'd never done any sewing before. But he now has got quilts that have been accepted into QuiltCon, and he has got quilts that have won awards, and you know, he is really amazing, amazing quilter. So who's to say? Who's to say? I always think you should plan for the quilter you want to be, or the sewer you want to be. It's like when you buy a sewing machine. You might have never picked up a needle and thread before. Would I recommend that you buy the most basic sewing machine in the world? Absolutely not, because that might suit you the day you sit down on it. But I suspect in 6 weeks' time, I know in 6 weeks' time, you'll say, I need more, you know? More? The boy wants more. Would you like more of a saving? Deal Fairy, where are you? There he is. 269. 269. Save £30. Why not? You've got 10% off the price. There's the finished quilt. It is absolutely magnificent. Now, can I grab another? This is a hero of mine. This is a hero of mine. This is not a torch. Despite looking like a torch, it's sold out. I was just about to do my, I'm doing it anyway. It may look like a torch, and it may behave like a torch. Thank you. But it's not a torch. Don't call it a torch. Don't you ever call that a torch, because what have I done? There we go. It's a table lamp. It is a lamp, but it is also sold out, so you can't have it. Ah. What can you do? Have we got any Bondaweb? We've got that. Shall I show? Bondaweb. This is 5 meters by 30 centimeters. So it's 30 centimeter wide, and you have got 5 meters of Bondaweb on this roll. This is great. £23.99. That's an awesome price. And it's the kind of thing that if you're going to make a plique quilt, you will need at least 5 meters of Bondaweb for that. Lots of Delphine's projects use Bondaweb, and they use more than the small package. This is a really economical way of buying your Bondaweb, and it is a hero product. Again, it's not terribly exciting to look at. It's not the most glamorous, you know? It's always the bridesmaid. It's never been the bride, but that doesn't mean we value it any less. We don't value it any less. We still love it. In fact, we couldn't make our quilts without these hero products. you know? They're the unsung heroes. I think back to my book Bags for Life when we photographed the interfacings page. And when we came to look back at the photograph, it was just a sea of cream things. And the editor said to me, which is these, what are they? What is each one? And I was like, I don't know. I can't remember. I've been to bed since then. But we did work it out in the end. But they're hero products because they actually provide the structure, the feel, often the look of what we make. So we should always buy quality. This is fab. This is Bondaweb 5-metre roll for £23.99. Grab it while you can. It'll earn its place in your stash, believe me. Bex has got in touch to say, I'm going to be attempting my first quilts in 2023. Hurrah! We're all hurrahing. I have the fabric and I'm going to be making a quilt each for my cats. They are lucky cats, Bex. They are lucky cats. Actually, I do the same. When I'm doing my test, if I'm designing a quilt, I tend to make a test quilt. So I might make 4 blocks or 1 big block or 9 blocks, something like that. And I'll layer it, quilt it, bind it, and it becomes the cat's quilts. They do very well out of me, you know, very well. And they're going to be doing very well out of you, Bex. Good luck with that. Make sure you send us some pictures. Now, another hero product of mine, and have been for many years, are add-a-quarter rulers. Is this the double pack? Great. I like this. So this is the add-a-quarter ruler, and you've got both sizes. So you've got the short, which is the 12-inch, and you've got the long, which is the 12-inch, okay? Now, what is an add-a-quarter ruler? Well, you're going to use an add-a-quarter ruler when you do foundation paper piecing. So let me show you what I mean. So if I just take the cardboard out of here, I use a postcard when I'm doing foundation paper piecing, okay. But what I do, Becky, my darling, could I just have a piece of paper, please, like a piece of A4 paper? Thank you, perfect. So imagine this is your foundation, okay, and you've sewn your piece of fabric to it, and you've got your next line, okay, that you need to fold back. So what you do, you put your postcard, your piece of card, against the next sewing line. You fold your foundation back against that piece of card, like that. Okay, and then you get your add-a-quarter ruler. So your fabric at the moment is poking out onto the table, onto a cutting board. So then you get your add-a-quarter ruler, which is just like a normal ruler, but can you see here it's got a bit of a lip? This end here, it's got a little lip. So you put that on top, and that lip locks against the fold. So it means that it's right against the line, but there's an extra 1/4 inch that extends beyond the paper foundation onto the fabric. You rotary cut along the edge of that ruler, and then when you take that away, you end up with a 1/4 inch of fabric poking out. You then open your foundation back up, you put your next piece of fabric on, you line it up with the raw edge of the fabric, and then you sew. So they're absolutely brilliant. And you've got here your long ruler for when you're making your larger units and your smaller ruler. I can't tell you how many times we've sold out, particularly of the duo bundle. Whenever we have a foundation piecing project on the show, we always ask as guests, we always ask for the add-a-quarter ruler. Most of the time, we haven't got any in stock. If we have got any in stock, they sell out before we get to the show. And if we do get to the show with any, we've got 1 or 2 left and they go. Buy it today when we haven't got any foundation piecing, because no one's rushing to buy it because we haven't got a project for it today, but get it in your stash. And then when we do our next foundation piecing project, or you find a foundation piecing project that you want to do, you've already got your ruler in stock. Really good product, this. The queen of foundation piecing, Carol Doak, recommends using the add-a-quarter ruler, and Carol Doak wrote the book quite literally on foundation paper piecing. Show me how to paper piece. It was her book. It was an absolute game changer for me. If you've never heard of Carol Doak, D-O-A-K, look her up on the internet. She's an amazing designer, an amazing teacher. Watch her videos for how to foundation piece. If you've ever been confused how to do it, watch Carol, get yourself an add-a quarter ruler, and you will soar. Trust me. Okay. Now we've got some Jenny Jackson. We've got some Jenny Jackson. Giraffe. Now let me show you the finished project. So this is a really fun concept. Okay, so you've got the giraffe. Looks like a plain printed panel, but come closer. Come closer. Oh, not that close. Good grief, honestly. Can you see? This is all hand-pieced, English paper piecing, like a mosaic. Incredible. Let me show you the panel. So in this you get your pre-printed panel, you get all of your paper pieces that you're going to need. So you just add these two together. You need a glue stick, get a glue stick. You also get your full pattern, which shows you how to use the panel, how to cut up your pieces, how to sew them together. You've even got some master templates there as well at the back, so that you can use those again, because they're really useful templates anyway. Now let me show you the awesome panel that you get. Look at that. So the image has been kind of exploded, and you've got a seam allowance, not the white, it's actually included in the printed shape. So you're going to cut out the shape on the line. Don't add seam allowance, don't add any white. Okay, it's all in the instructions, but this whole shape is you cut out on the black line. Seam allowance is included, it's printed. Fold that around your paper piece, which is included, and make sure that you have an even amount of fabric on all sides. If you move the paper piece over a little bit and you've got less on one side and more on another, the finished patch won't, it'll still fit the other pieces, but the design won't flow from one piece to the next, and it should look seamless when it's all sewn together. Abigail has got in touch from Get Sewing with Abigail to say, oh, now that is clever, isn't it cool? And also, hello Abigail, lots of love to you. Happy New Year to you and the family and Mum, of course. Lots of love from me to you all. Hope you're going to have a fun New Year's Eve. I bet you will. So that's from Jenny Jackson. And then we've got another panel. This is for the lap quilt, isn't it? Let me put that to one side. So let me show you this. This is really gorgeous. So you get 4 different panels, six different panels. Oh wow, this is cool. So you get the panda, you get the leopard, thank you. You get the tiger licking its paw. It's not licking its paw really. You get the I'm giggling because the first time I saw this, I just explained, sorry Jenny if you're watching, it was me being stupid, but I saw this and I thought it was a little paw licking its paw, but it isn't. It was just me being stupid. But it's almost like you can't not see it now I've told you. Oh, honestly, I am stupid. Oh, anyway, look, there you go. Kissing zebras. Yes, please. And giraffes. It's absolutely beautiful. Really, really love it. I love it. Full kit for making that. Right. You heard it here first. 2022. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it. We're through. We're finished. 2022. I want to move on. I am ready for somebody new. Breaking up. We're breaking up. We'll stay friends. We won't stay friends. I'll always have happy memories. It's almost 2023, midnight tonight. I'll see you the other side. But before I go, let me tell you the menu for tomorrow. New Year's Day. Am I right that it's Vix tomorrow? It's lovely Vix. She popped in this morning to say hi to everyone, which was lovely. 8 a.m, new year, new tools. At 9 a.m, new tangly quilt blocks with Sandra Rushton, who I adore. At 10 a.m, colour stash builders. At 11 o'clock, Sandra Rushton's back with Santangle Essentials travel bag. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Sewing Essentials. They will be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I am sure. Before I go, I want to say a real heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you who's reached out to me and to us here at Sewing Street over the last year and sent us love, good wishes. Those of you that email in every day to say good morning and sending love. We couldn't do and wouldn't do what we do without you. We love you, each and every one of you, and we love it when you get in touch and when we meet you at shows. We just love it. Thank you for spending the year with us. Happy New Year from me and all of us at Sewing Street. We will see you in the new year. Be happy, be healthy, keep sewing. I'll see you next year.